know for certain that there's no God, and that also all religion and belief in God is like
Yeah, and that would be
you know what I mean?
impossible to prove. Yeah.
That's not
That's the only distinction from an atheist, in my opinion. That's all.
Anti-theism would be being against.
Not really though. Like for
And that's not even the original definition of anti-theism. That's just how it's taken to mean today.
All agnostics.
No, that's just the definition of anti-theism.
When Hitchens coined the term anti-theist, what he said it meant is that some atheists might be, some atheists might be glad, might be sad at the fact that there is no God. They might say there is no God, but oh my God, wouldn't it be great if we could go to heaven after we die and meet grandma and grandpa and my dead puppy? But hold on, but real quick. Now anti-theism. Hitchens said, glad if God existed, that would be terrible. And that's what we mean by anti-theism. It's been taken since then to mean something a little different, which is that like religion is bad, because that's another point that Hitchens had in kind of construed too.
I mean, that can go together, you know, inherently bad, right?
It's really about like the belief in God, right? It's not going to be about the belief. But one thing that I want to point out though too is that I'm not doing like a lack theist argument. All I'm saying is that saying you are an atheist, all that means you don't believe in God. That's all.
Right.
Now,
That's what I disagree on. But keep going.
what do you
Well,
think?
that's interesting. Yeah.
I think that if you read famous atheist philosophers and what they refer
Let's say I
to
don't.
as atheism.
Say I don't. Let's say I'm some random 12-year-old.
I'm talking to Coral right now, okay? I'm talking to Coral right
Let him
now.
finish.
No, but that's not like that's not bound to being an
But
atheist.
just let him finish real quick.
That's fine. You haven't really heard me out. Look, if you talk to, you read about like atheism for the last 3,000 years, theism for the last 3,000 years, and you talk, and this aligns with what the average person on the street means, and what most people mean by these terms. That when you say you're an atheist, that means you have some doxastic attitude towards God that is negative, that it doesn't exist, that it's likely not true.
What does doxastic mean? It's a great word.
Doxastic means referring to beliefs. Yeah.
So I'm going to say though that I don't think there's a difference between I believe that there's a God and I don't believe that there is a God. I've looked at this really importantly. That's why I don't hold it as like a theistic argument, because what I'm saying in fact is if I say, if it is dichotomous, right? Either you believe in a God or you don't believe in a God. That's when
Because people that believe in God rely on faith.
Oh yeah, that's true.
People that don't believe in God or
absolutely true.
claim
Yeah,
that they
so I'm
don't
just
know.
saying, I think it's, if you don't believe in a God, I think that's the same as believing that there is a God. Because either you're going to...
It's different though. It's different
No,
though. It's
because-
different.
No,
Because
but-
people that
but-
believe in God, they rely on faith. While as atheists, they'll just claim, oh, well, I don't know. There's no proof.
That's not
There's
necessary.
no that.
So the only
Really? Are there any believers in this VC right now that want to say anything
Wait,
about
the only
it?
difference is going to be if you hold a different definition
Obviously,
for
I'm not
belief
talking about
in
necessarily.
different stances. So I'm saying belief as in accept something to be true, not faith. So either you accept it to be true that a God exists, or you don't accept it to be true.
There's no atheists that have
hold on.
faith that there isn't a God.
Hold on,
That's not true either.
Hold on. You guys stop because nobody can finish a sentence. This is so bad. All right. Let's just be clear. What I'm saying is that either you accept that it to be true that a God exists, or you don't accept it to be true that a God exists. That is the same as saying as you accept it to be true that a God
It's
exists.
not that simple. It's also not that simple. Like, because agnostic and atheist are very different. Atheists are very cautious about their non-belief of God.
Oh,
Yes, that's
pigeonholing.
true. Wait, hold on. So in your question, is there like an aura of like certainty at all?
Well,
Because
that's all not gonna talk. Oh yeah, you're saying the differentiation from agnostic and atheist is the certainty. So
and that's where I would say it's not true.
that's why agnostics
Like
are
as an
different.
atheist,
Because
I don't believe in
agnostics-
God, but I'm not certain. I'm not certain
Okay.
if there's a God or not.
Well,
Like,
that's
atheism-
you're not an atheist because an atheist
that's
is
not true.
say there is no God. No, that's
I
what
don't
atheism
believe.
revolves around. Oh
How
my
am
God.
I gonna believe in certain? How am I gonna believe in something?
Oh my God.
How am
I
I
don't even
gonna
know
believe
why
in
we're
something
arguing
that I'm
this
not
is stupid,
certain?
though. But this is stupid. This is
I
stupid.
know, it's
So-
like
Well,
semantics.
no, I like the conversation because I don't like when people call themselves agnostic. I think it's like a fence-sitting sort of
No,
like
it's not a. It's
No,
not a
whistleblowing
no,
position. I think it is, really. I think
Dude,
it
I'm
is.
not gonna say God doesn't exist like you, like that. I'm not gonna say that, dude. You don't have the balls to say
I
that.
wouldn't.
Like, you don't have no right to say that because you don't know the truth about it.
Whoa.
But
You
no,
know what
no,
I'm saying?
wait,
You don't know.
This is
I don't know it either. I'm not
I'm
gonna say
saying
that
that-
because I have an IQ, and I'm not gonna
you
say.
should say
I
that
know.
you don't believe in God.
No,
You have an
IQ.
yeah, it's in the single
As an
digits.
No,
agnostic.
bro.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
gonna.
Either
Dude,
way,
I'm
right?
sorry to say that to atheists, but I'm not gonna be as stupid as an atheist. Basically.
Okay,
I
sure.
have
Your
an
IQ is
IQ.
140, and you're a genius.
Wait,
Okay.
Hold on,
Anyway,
look.
let's do this. Wait, let's do
Like,
this really
bro,
quick.
wait, hold on. Really
I mean,
quick
come on,
question.
man. Logically
guys.
speaking, logically
Oh my
speaking,
god.
I'm fucking
Can you
insane.
stop
no
yapping for a
moderation.
second?
As
Okay,
an, like,
fine.
as an agnostic,
Alright, one person talk at a time. One person talk at a time.
as an agnostic, like you would say that you don't believe in God because you don't know either way, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Something like that, right? Something like that. I would say that that's applicable to atheism, which just makes agnosticism just sort of obsolete,
we're
not
like-
needing, like it's
it's
just
not.
not.
Buddy, it was like we touch hands. We're not the same.
I don't.
No,
Okay,
man.
so, does anyone here know about like the history of agnosticism? Like, I don't really. Like, was it like it sounds like something that came up.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay, like it sounds like something that came up in the last like few decades to just make people
No,
feel better about their lack
Not
of
quite.
At all.
It's
It
like,
is-
oh
it
my
is-
god,
it
you
does
guys
mo- it
want
does
me to
come
be
from-
Bill Myers.
It does come
idiot
mostly from the
so
20th
badly.
century, though. It does come
Yeah,
mostly.
it's so
I mean,
archaic.
really, it goes back to the 19th century. Like I said, Robert G. Ingersoll, the great agnostic,
Was alive in the late 19th century.
Yeah.
Guys.
got that quote from the late. I hear what you're saying, but here, let me just ask you. Robert G. Ingersoll, alright? He said that, the agnostic is. Why did he say this? Because I'm going to ask you this question. The agnostic, right?
He wants to
Let
see
me
it.
ask you this question. No, Obi, I'm just going to ask you another question.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Do you believe that a God exists, yes or no?
Might be. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
It might, dude. I really might.
You
Look,
you
the
don't believe in a
proposition-
God because you
Hold
don't
on.
know either way.
No. Here's another way. This is the way I used to do it. Look here. What's the guy's name? Who we're talking to? Obi-Hung Kenobi? Obi. So, look. God exists. What do you think of that proposition?
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up? Oh, you reject it. You don't accept the proposition. It's not, you don't accept it as
I
true.
don't.
You're not-
But I
Right,
don't
yeah.
also.
there you go. Take it, Coral. Take it. That's the answer you're looking for, right?
Let's go with
Yeah,
that.
so
Yeah,
here's the
I
thing. Either you don't believe in the proposition or you do believe in the proposition. So
I don't believe in that proposition.
I hate
Well,
this paper
bro,
shit.
wait,
You don't believe in the
like, let
proposition
me
that God
finish.
is
Let me talk for a second.
Yeah, go ahead,
Goddamn.
go ahead.
But I'm saying, like, God, your proposition of God, I mean, there are many gods. Which God?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are like fucking 8 gods.
And
if
guess
I
what?
really-
None of them are real. Am I right?
Okay,
But
but the point is, like, which God are you telling me doesn't exist? And I'm telling you, look,
the Hindu
don't
one with
believe-
the elephant with a
An
bunch of
elephant.
I
eyes.
could actually, there's actually a really, like,
Ugh.
I'm saying,
elegant
like, I don't believe.
Hold on,
like,
hold on. There's actually an elegant answer to that. I can answer your question. The God we're talking about is like the greatest being that can be conceived of. A
Did you
disembodied
do
mind of
Christian?
great. I'm not. What? You just agreed not to interrupt.
Yeah, I know, but you interrupted me a lot. So go ahead.
Look, yeah, you've been yapping a lot.
I
So
am.
he's omnipotent and omniscient, is what you're saying. That's great.
The
God.
triomni
I
God.
wanted
That,
to get your idea
hold
of
on,
God.
look, hold on. It's not just an idea. It's not like something picked out whole cloth. This is the kind of view that if nobody
What?
like thought like there was a religion and worshipped a God, philosophy would make it up in order to like argue about its existence.
Oof.
consequences of its existence or non-existence. Okay, this is a being that would be, if it existed, would be the only necessary being in existence. That's the kind of being we're talking about.
that the
Not
Christian
something.
God?
We're not talking about an anthropomorphic immortal. We're not talking about Q from Star Trek. We're not talking about Zeus. We're talking about the God of classical theism.
You from QAnon?
No, from Star Trek.
Hold
I'm
on,
kidding, I'm
hold
kidding.
on, hold on.
But wait, what kind of God are you talking about? Are you talking about the Christian God?
Yeah, stop,
Christians
stop,
say
Punish.
that it's
I'm
their
asking
God.
punish.
stop, 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 stop.
Guys just created his
Christians
own.
Christians would
Guys, stop,
say
stop,
that's
stop,
the
stop.
God they worship. Christian theology has claimed that God is the God of Christian theism. But
Right.
I'm talking about a God that creates Christianity, an idea
Oh.
that the Greeks debated.
Okay.
Well,
Because
listen,
I'm
if
trying to
we're
hone
making
in
a
on this
roster
idea
now-
of like omnipotence
Yeah.
and omniscience and like all being and all that. So, I mean, I've heard from other people in the server that the Christian God is that you know it is.
Yeah, that's what I
their-
said.
Like, yeah, like their God
That's
is
exactly what I
omnipotent,
just said.
omniscient, all this. Well, you all just you also just said that there there might be some existence of God that exists before then or something. So I don't know.
No,
I'm not
no,
sure that you know.
that's not. No, you misheard. I didn't
Okay.
say there's a like this God exists. What I'm saying is that this is an idea that has to be contended with, religion or no religion.
Really?
Okay,
Yes.
that there's. Okay.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
No, he might be. You know, he's right. Wait, but like, I got lost. So wait, like you said, like this God that you.
Obi, where are you from?
Dude, I'm Cuban.
What you been drinking tonight?
Are you one of the white Cubans we were talking
What'd you
about
do-
before
what'd you
came
drink
in?
tonight,
Are you a white Cuban?
Like 2 bottles of wine.
Did your parents own a plantation in Cuba before Castro came to power? and
Hell
got
no.
taken away from them?
Hell no.
What's your opinion on Castro?
He should die.
Is that because he took
Well,
away
he's
die.
already dead. He's already dead. So
Yeah, you should
Yeah, so that was an average white Cuban take, but you
Obi.
hate Castro because he took away a plantation or a casino from your.
No,
rich
dude, I'm
family
not a
member
right
in
winger.
Cuba.
You should hate, dude. Castro is. Alright, what? Obi, are you in Florida?
Yeah, of course.
He's a Miami
You're-
white Cuban.
yeah,
I can
yeah.
tell
You're
a
outside
Miami white
Miami.
Cuban when I hear one, but anyway.
I'm
Are you
not in
in
Miami
Miami or
though.
Tampa?
I'm not in Miami,
Tampa.
you dumb son of a bitch. I'm in Fort Lauderdale. So you can
okay.
suck a dick on that
Same
one.
shit. Same
Ah,
shit.
no,
Anyway,
no, suck a dick, bitch.
Lottie's
You're
got
wrong.
this, dude. Fort Lauderdale's-
You're wrong. I'm not in Miami. I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
What?
All right,
Obi,
let's
can you
go,
say,
let's get
Lucy,
it.
you have some splaining to do?
This is the problem with you guys. Is it's the little things. You guys don't think it's okay. You want to generalize people.
Bro, these Cubans, like, they're trying to be agnostic, but, like, I'm trying to tell them that
Whoa,
they're
wait. You want
know?
to generalize people? None of us said Christians do this, Christians do that. So this is what
I
Christianity.
never said
I'll
that
say
either.
that.
You did
I
that
was
with
about to
atheists.
say that.
You
Oh,
said
here we
when
go.
we tried to bring up the necessary conditions for atheism, you said no.
The
Atheists
necessary
are pompous.
conditions, dude,
Atheists
yourself.
aren't humble. Atheists do this and that. You were
I was
talking
about
about
to
what
say that.
atheists
I was
do
about to
in
say
your
that about
opinion
Christians.
according to your experience.
I was about to lay out a bunch of stereotypes about Christians.
Yeah, I know, but this guy laid it out for you, like for himself, right? Plainly, like this guy's fucking retarded.
Yo, any Christians in here in this VC, I want to hear if you're I'm sure you've heard it before, a pick and choose Christian, where you have certain things in the Bible, probably most that you believe in and whatnot, but then certain things that you take out or what and then like if you have a debate with someone about something in the Bible and it seems ridiculous, you might concede a bit, but you still believe in Christianity as a whole. I just can't get behind that. And like sure, like I'm sure it's it's all coming
Let me
from
ask you a
good place.
question, bro.
Jesus is a great person.
What do you? Okay, you talk a lot. What do you like get behind like knowing that there might be a supernatural? I mean, I'm gonna tell you guys. Sometimes.
Not real.
Hold on, let me finish. Sometimes I flirt with atheism a lot because it doesn't seem that real.
Because atheism
But
is
you know
sexy.
what? At the same time, you cannot never know for certain. And that's something.
Atheists
God.
don't claim to know for certain.
Hold on, and that's something that I take with existentialism a lot because we are like that even ruined with this
Yeah,
world.
I know.
I don't know for certain, but it feels good to say there's no God. And that,
It
All
does.
right,
it
let's go
does-
back. Let's go back. Let's
It
go
does-
back.
no,
This is
it
fucking
does-
stupid. Wait, we have to stop. No, we we have to cut
I
this
can't even
conversation out.
finish that fucking.
I know, because it's so stupid. You guys keep saying
I
the
don't
same
care, bro.
shit.
To me, you sound
fucking
stupid, but I can't even talk, bro.
It's just so stupid. No, we have to change.
No, I listen to you. I listen to you. You should respect me because I listen.
No,
to
you didn't.
all
You
the
didn't
time.
listen to a fuck. Tell me what I said about
did.
Robert T. Ingersoll, the great
No.
agnostic. Go ahead.
Listening doesn't mean I fucking heard you. You're a
What did I
fucking
say?
idiot.
Agnosticism.
So you're a fucking idiot,
Hold on,
bro.
hold
You spoke like you rambled for like 20 minutes non-stop and nobody stopped.
Are you kidding me? You're fucking joking right now.
He just said listening doesn't mean I'm listening to you.
No, because I fucking tuned you out like in the first 2 minutes.
And you weren't listening.
Yeah.
That is exactly what he means by you're not listening.
No, because he's a fucking idiot.
What do
Like,
you know?
to me.
Coral, is that what you meant? You're not listening?
This guy is here to listen to himself talk.
Wait, so
Anybody
you're
else?
saying that dude is
Clearly, most of you
going
guys
to
are.
agnosticism, and you're saying that that guy said all atheists are agnostic, right?
No, I didn't never said
Not,
that.
not,
I
not,
never
not
said
you,
that.
bro. Not you, the other guy.
The OB still can't listen, so no.
Yeah, he's
Basically-
Bro, we've listened to you for a long time.
No, we
Yeah, like,
haven't.
you like
We
to
listened
hear
to you
yourself
for a
talk.
long time.
Constantly. I haven't said shit,
can we
bro.
just- can we
I
look,
literally
can we
should
just
start
turn
talking
Obi
right
down?
now.
He's
Oh my
obviously
god.
not going to fucking engage at this point. He's just
I feel like we've all been
disturbance
talking
now.
equally the same amount.
I'm the
Clearly
only
not.
person here
That's the thing.
trying to debate
Like,
you.
I'm just turning him down. He's not
And
engaged.
you keep talking over me.
Alright, well, anyway, God's not real.
I wish there was some moderation in this room. That's all. I just.
You fucking fuck yourself. How about that?
Just turn him down. He's just gonna be disruptive the whole time.
Why don't
Yeah,
you just
no,
repeat Obi? Can you just
Why didn't you
Nice
just fuck
yo.
yourself, you fucking dumbass motherfucker? How about that?
Oh.
Yeah. Like, fuck, yo, you wanna be atheist so
I will
bad,
say
bro? How
that.
about you go fuck yourself in your fucking ass?
I-
You just
I-
Hey,
turn
you know
him
what? No,
down.
hold on, what? And God is not gonna fucking help you. I'm gonna fucking help you. Get it right here. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking help you with 9mm, you fucking retard.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
What the fuck?
Yeah, 9mm to your fucking mouth and your
I'm
fucking
gonna
shit.
shoot
Turn
you
him down.
to the beach.
Come on, guys.
Fuck that.
Let's all be adults.
No,
There.
fuck God. No, God is not gonna be there for you.
I
though.
can
It's
hear
gonna
him, I
be
just-
me.
I just
I'm
wanna be
gonna
able
be
to
your
hear myself.
fucking
But
God.
they think while
I'm
we're
gonna,
talking over
I'm
you,
gonna
that's
make
all.
you my fucking bitch. Yo, I'm
No,
gonna
you're
be
not.
your
You're
fucking
gonna
I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna be your fucking God.
Yeah,
Obi,
yeah,
Obi,
yeah.
you
Yeah.
need one more bottle of wine.
I want you guys to tell
Damn,
this
it happened
fucking guy to
again.
shut the
I
fuck
have
up.
this effect on the retard.
Yeah.
He's crashing out, man.
No, he wants. Yeah, I am crashing out. I don't give a fuck.
Anyway.
Fuck
Obi,
this
Obi,
retard.
do you agree with this?
Yeah, fuck this retard.
As an atheist, I feel like on like my deathbed, I'm just gonna like suddenly convert and I'm just gonna like try to like pray.
Go
like,
for it, bro.
Like, have you guys seen that before? Cause like, I mean, like I've heard
No,
that.
never
like,
heard of
like
that or
lifelong,
considered that
like
ever in my
lifelong
life.
atheists,
Bro,
like they're about to die, and then they just
It's
instantly
logical
convert.
belief.
Hey, bro.
No,
You ever
I've
heard
never
that quote?
considered the most obvious loophole.
You never heard of that quote? There's no fucking atheists in the trenches. No, when that motherfucker says 9mm to his face, when you're
I mean,
in the
like-
pressure of your life,
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna be
you're
praying.
not- you're
You're
not
gonna
atheist.
pray. You're gonna pray.
You're
You're gonna be like, oh God, oh God, oh God, help me. Oh God, help me.
You're
Yeah,
not making
you-
Bro, it's
you're-
what you want,
you're
bro.
down
It's
now.
exactly what you want, bro.
Yeah, no, it's what
Exactly
you
what I want.
need. It's what you need, bro.
No, it's exactly what you want.
No, it's what
exactly
you
what
need.
want.
It's
No,
because you
it's
guys are
exactly what you want.
stupid.
I don't need that shit, bro. I get everything I want.
This guy's more drunk than me. Damn, goddamn.
You might be right.
Yeah, he sounds drunk as
Bro,
fuck.
that's what you want, bro. That's really what you want, bro. I already know. I'm really
Alright, I'm gonna have a conversation with someone else now. So, Squirrel.
Hey, get the fuck out of here, dude.
It looks like yeah. I'm reading what you said in the side chat. Hold on one sec.
Ooh, I didn't read it to you.
That Squirrel, I was saying the opposite, Squirrel. I was saying that
I'm gonna
atheism-
present a claim. I'm gonna say God's not
What-
real.
what the fuck is happening?
Does anyone want to tell me that God?
Dude,
Jesus, man.
Squirrel, I got him turned down. I
Aronaki
was-
is real, bro. Aronaki
Oh my
is
god!
real.
Oh my god! Where did all this come
It's not funny. It's not
from?
funny.
I was actually saying the opposite.
It's
I
not
was
funny,
saying
bro. You're
exactly
retarded.
understood
I
is
can't laugh too loud,
the
but
like
you-
active
You're literally retarded.
objection.
You're
My
literally
neighbor is
I
like,
was
he's
just
like,
so
"God."
retarded. I was literally retarded.
I can't laugh.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me make it.
Oh, the kids. Oh, pick up the kids.
That'd be fantastic.
Nobody's even in here.
And you could all come. I imagine the cycles will probably be muted though.
Oh my god.
Sam, if you're looking for it, Marxism got it right.
I'm so glad I got left. Everyone's leaving. Yeah, I guess I won though.
Yeah, I probably losing.
I got everybody to leave. I won.
We don't win, bro.
They can't handle this shit, bro.
You definitely didn't win, bro. You're losing because you lost. You don't want to listen to you.
Bro, do you have a speech impediment or are you actually intoxicated? I just want to know.
I'm both.
Both? Oh, that's base, bro. I'm both too, except for I'm not intoxicated right now. Damn, I wish I was intoxicated. Usually I am, though. This is like the first day in a while that I'm not. Fucking sucks.
Don't be Nazi, bro. Don't be Nazi right to
Heil Hitler!
That's why people leave you, bro.
No, I love Nazis.
I'm really sorry.
Huh?
You're retarded.
What are you saying, bro?
You're retarded.
What are you saying, bro? Hey, fuck you.
Your Nazis are fucking good. They're retarded. You're retarded.
No, fuck you. I actually have brain damage. Why would you call me retarded? That's not nice, man.
I eat like chicken.
No, I am actually gay, yeah, but I also have brain damage.
I eat like chicken.
What? No, I'm not cheating. I don't have a partner right now. What?
I ate you like chicken.
Oh, no, I don't like. I don't eat chicken anymore. I just can't do it. It's too weird. Sorry, man. I just don't eat it anymore. You know.
It doesn't matter.
I don't matter. How? Why would you say that, man? Why do you say shit like this to me? It's not nice.
Stop being Nazi.
No, I'm not a Nazi. I said I like Nazis.
What's your name, bro? I'll bring your name.
Huh?
Torture? Your name is
Yeah.
Torture?
Oh, yeah. What's up, bro? I need you to shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, what's up, Super Truth? Oh my god, I'm about to mute you again if you don't shut the fuck up, dude.
You're fired.
You are so fucking annoying. Oh my god, shut the fuck up, bro. You're actually so annoying, bro. I was giving you a chance. No, you're getting muted. No, you need to suck my dick. You need to suck my dick. I'm never gonna suck your dick. Dude, what? Bro, I can barely hear you, man.
Why did you watch movies today?
Bro, I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry, Achi.
I watched you watch movies today.
You think that gays are sinners? What?
I mean, right now, today, you're in Gaza, you see white kids, like, fucking screaming for food.
You say emancipation or whatever, you don't know which word it is. It seems weird.
Can we go over the parable of the meanings? Can we read it?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I don't. If it's gonna like make everybody like check out, then I won't. But I really think this is important.
I like detail. You could
No, it's
make it
good
take
because
20 minutes.
remember that parables, you don't want to take parables and stretch them over the entire scope of salvation, from predestination all the way to glorification. It usually has specific principles. But go ahead.
Yeah, I would say he can go ahead and read it. I believe parables just deal with how people respond to like a crisis in different ways. But yeah, it's
No, it's not just that. They cover other things too. It's not just application.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that like parables are. I mean, one of the reasons Christ uses parables is because there's a lot of depth in parables, and I agree it's not just about one thing. So I'm not reading these parables so that we can say, hey, this is about only this one thing. That's not the point. But the point is that like this is. I mean, I
Read it.
say
Let's read it.
All right, fine. I'll just read it. Okay.
Yes.
Anticipate too much. Sorry for the background noise. My kids are just running downstairs. As they heard these things, he proceeded to tell parables.
Sorry, what's the best?
Sorry, it's in the. It's kind of far back now in the side chat. I'll post this again. Hold on.
they heard these things, he proceeded to tell a parable because he was near to Jerusalem and because they supposed that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately. He said, therefore, a nobleman went into a far country to see the kingdom and then returned. Calling 10 of his servants, he gave them 10 pounds and said to them, trade with these till I come. But his citizens hated him and sent an embassy after him, saying, we do not want this man to reign over us. When he returned, having received the kingdom, he commanded his servants, to whom he had given the money, to be confident, that he might know what they had gained by trading. The first came before him, saying, Lord, your pound has made 10 pounds more. And he said to him, well done, good servant, because you have been faithful in the very little, you shall have authority over 10 cities. And the second came, saying, Lord, your pound has made 5 pounds. And he said to him, you are to be over 5 cities. Then another came, saying, Lord, here is your pound, which I kept laid away in that king, for I was afraid of you, because you were a severe man. You take up what you do not lay down, and reap what you do not sow. He said to him, I will condemn you out of your own mouth, you wicked servant. You knew that I was a severe man, taking up what I did not lay down, and reaping what I did not sow. Why then did you put my money, why did you not put my money into the bank? And at my coming, I should have collected it with interest. And he said to those who stood by, take the pound from him and give it to him who has 10 pounds. And they said to him, Lord, he has 10 pounds. I tell you that to everyone who has will be more be given, but from him who has not, even what he has will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who do not want me to reign over them, bring them here and slay them. Now, there's lots of things going on in this parable. There's a lot of things being communicated in this parable, but there's no, like, I think there's a ground level that we have to agree that this has something to do with salvation, right? And I think that there's a symmetry involved in how the judgment is laid down. I see no asymmetry here, and if you guys want to give your view of what's going on here and how it fits into what we've been talking about.
Well, why are you trying to specifically to salvation?
Well, because he's talking about. Because he's talking about, I think the parable is basically about this king who gives different people different things, or gives people things and then they make a return on it, and then somebody doesn't make a return on it, and then that person is in out.
So,
If I can chime in.
you know how you said you think that this parable has at least something to do with salvation?
Yeah.
I agree. In fact, I think that about the entire Bible.
Yeah. Can I
So
make it?
so that is-
No.
But it's not even addressing election. It's not a text someone goes to like let us teach you about election. It's mainly about, you know, it says the disciples expect kind of that Jesus is going to put his kingdom into place now, but it's got a story here where they should expect the king to go away and come back and reward faithful service, and that they're to be faithful to his teachings in his absence. Some of that, right? I mean, it's not anything to do with what we've been talking about, to be honest.
Well, I think that's completely false, because, I mean, in your view, what you're talking about as election is salvation. The people who are saved are people who are chosen by God before creation, not based upon their merits, which you refer to as the thing that God commands of us, right? So when God commands us to bear each other's burdens, to love our neighbors, to help the widow and the child, these are not the things that grant us salvation. We do those things, right?
Yeah,
the
Catholics that believe in that election is not caused by the merits of the saint, they still believe a lot similar things to you about responsibility. You know, you have free will, and you can use your will and intellect to do good with the grace of God, or you can resist that grace and choose evil. Most Calvinists agree too. They're going to read this parable and be like, they probably agree with what you think it can
That's exactly what I was about to say. I actually wanted to chime in with this as well after what Abraham's statement just said. I think, Abraham, you keep accelerating to the end point when we're talking about unconditional election, which I was trying to pump the brakes on us and get us to just to go to saying justification. I mean, do you think it's valuable? I'm not saying unconditional justification. I'm saying there's a whole process.
That's cool.
Salvation, and I think we're accelerating to the end point, ultimate salvation, right at the end of that whole process of salvation, when we should be looking at one section at a time. I think it's valuable.
I think because I think that the whole point of my objection is that if people are saved because of nothing that God tells us to do, there's a problem there, and that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to get at is there something that's unconditional prior to that is a different issue.
Well, I think the Catholics in the room are telling you that people are
Nice.
justified,
Based.
not of their own
Okay.
doing, unconditionally.
My question is, why is it seemingly using the old name
Can we maybe
and putting these things up here?
I don't even know that you understand the Catholic belief.
That doesn't seem right.
Can we give it a try and maybe pump our brakes and see if that
Hold, hold up.
Whoa, pump our brakes, oh buddy, oh buddy.
How do we know that if we haven't even talked about it yet? I mean, you're just saying that.
I'm going to show you something that's good for warfare too to see. This is from the Catechism and Catholics. Even though I believe in election the way I do, look at what this paragraph says. It says that when he establishes the eternal plan of predestination, he includes in it each person's free response to his grace. So we have to believe that.
Okay, so.
Oh, maybe it's the null here, that little null.
Like Abraham and myself.
And if I do this, is it not gonna do that?
Going through
Or if I do like just something easier here.
Paragraph.
Did I post it? You read it.
I didn't see it.
I think you probably in the other chats though.
Oh wait, hey.
Is it not gonna do that now? Oh yeah. Well,
It's paragraph 600, right?
well, I want it to do that, so we're gonna leave it like that.
Oh no, I don't. Hold on. I want to screenshot it. Okay, here we go.
Cool, base. Alright, man. So that's actually what I wanted to do. So base, right?
It's better,
Moving on.
it's better if I just, hold on. 'Cause I know it's paragraph 600. It's better if I just post it and you're gonna, yeah, so they can
I
see
did.
it.
I posted it.
Okay.
There's certain, you know how different Christian groups say these are essential beliefs, and these, they're not essential to unity. And you know about the big debate we had between the Dominicans and the Jesuits. Okay. I mean, I definitely side with the Dominicans in this. The Jesuits accused the Dominicans.
Oh shit.
The same thing that Warfare is doing. He's, you know how he heard what I said. He's like, yeah, that's Calvinism.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of the whole controversy between the Jesuits and the Pope. Basically said, like, hey. The reason I said that is because what you said to me earlier was Calvinist. Now this here, you deny this in other statements, like flat out. You say the merits are not the cause of the grace, or you say it in different ways at different times.
The merits of Peter, not the cause of Peter's election.
Okay,
I think
right.
Walker, I think the key here is going to be the immediacy part. If you look at that paragraph, it says the immediacy of all knowledge.
Pedro, please.
I'm in the I'm in the paragraph with you guys. I'm reading it right now. I'm telling you, it's in that immediacy of knowledge.
Literally in mid-sentence with Wayfinder, but go ahead.
Okay, so if you look at the paragraph that they brought up, it's talking about how God knows things in the immediacy of his knowledge. Wayfinder agrees with that. That's how he knows all things. Whereas, well,
Yeah. So, if I could parse this out how I see it, I'm open to correction by other Catholics. But when God establishes his eternal plan of salvation, we're speaking anthropomorphically, right? Because it's kind of like an eternal idea in the mind of God that he always did. And so he's establishing a plan of salvation for humankind. When he elects Peter, predestines Peter to be his servant, an unworthy servant, definitely, like me. He includes in it Peter's free response to his grace.
Okay, so this is what we've been saying the whole time for 3 years.
No, but it's not that free response by Peter is not causing predestination.
Yeah, we wouldn't say that it's causing it either. And I'm glad that we were finally.
I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you agree that your merits aren't the cause of your election.
Yeah, nobody has ever said that. And let me give you an example to illustrate it. Because I was thinking about this the other day, and then you popped in my head. If I have, like, so you got kids, right? Say that you got, however many kids you have, 2 in particular, okay? One's a dope fiend, and the other is, hard worker, savvy, money, so on and so forth. If you have some money to give, and you decide to give, let's just say you decide to give the money only to the hardworking kid, right? Let's just say. One of the reasons you do that is because you foreknow that hardworking kid is going to make good use of the money, just like the people in the parable of the minas that Abraham read earlier. And that foreknowledge, in other words, the inclusion of each person's response, each person's free response, is a factor in the decision to dispense the money. It's the same thing with what we say with election. Now, here's the thing. What this paragraph, CCC 600, says, this is, as far as I can see, I mean, I might want to go read above it or below it or do some, looking into different things, right? Cross-check, Denzinger, blah, blah, blah. But on the face, this is a repudiation of unconditional election. And so that makes me have no idea why you say that you believe in it, because you don't.
Well, it's not a repudiation.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I give up.
I'm sorry. It's just.
So it is a. Let me be more specific then, in a way that you cannot deny. Unconditional election, as typically explained by Calvinist systematic theologians like Louis Berkhoff, okay, or Jonathan Edwards, for example. That's unconditional election. This paragraph here is a direct repudiation of that kind of unconditional election.
The thing is,
I'm not defending their view.
Yeah, we're not defending their view.
I didn't say you were, but you guys should get clear on what you believe, honestly, because this is not unconditional election. The election right here, this paragraph tells us that there is a foreconsideration of the response of the individual that is by definition conditional election. And you can say that without saying the merits are the cause. You don't have to get that rigid with it.
Well, that's why I don't say unconditional election. I say merits are the cause of reasonable election. That way, because I noticed Abraham was doing this thing where he's like, so you're saying that when God elects the saints, he doesn't consider anything? No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying merits are not the cause or reason. There is a cause. There is a cause. One of them is Christ's passion.
What's the cause that's not a part of it?
For the merits of Christ's passion, there is in view when he predestines the saints.
But why is that applied to that specific
Question.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not here to answer that. How
Is
would
there
I
an
know
answer
that?
to that?
Yeah,
Is there
but
an
it's
answer to
not-
that? No?
I mean,
But if there's not a Wayfinder, and Eldridge, you can if there's not an answer to that question, if there's not an answer to that question, that's just the same unconditional election. Go ahead.
We don't have all the answers. There's predestination is a mystery revealed, but not fully comprehended. It's like you think we have all the answers. This guy's like, well, why did he pick Peter? Why did he pick John? Why didn't he pick Fred and Betty?
Right, and if the answer to that question contains or refers to the aspect of Peter or John, then you have a conditional election. And this CCC 600 right here is an absolute testimony to the conditionality of election, at least as far as I'm reading it, with no other, nothing above or below or anything else that might change my understanding of it.
Yes, that's why I don't say unconditional election anymore. I just say merits not the cause or reason of election.
Maybe we shouldn't confuse people, but yeah, like
There's
No, you
God could
guys
have
are,
other considerations, like I'm going to use the weak things of the world to shame the strong. I'm going to use the foolish things of the world to confound the wise.
Okay, great, but if his considerations ground in any way in the individual being elected, then that is conditional election, and you should just say that, because otherwise you're like really confusing the crap out of people.
I don't. The onus. I've answered all your questions time and again, and I'm actually tired of you saying it's always my fault that I'm not clear. I think that a lot of the EOs, especially, have hardened their heart against this principle.
Wayfinder, this is the first time in 3 years that, at least to my immediate remembrance, right, that I've read this particular thing, that you've shown this to me. So if that's true, I may be wrong about that, but if that's true, I'm not sure how it can be my fault that I didn't know that you actually believe this when do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I post this all the time. Just ask people how much I post this.
Oh, well.
Just ask anyone. I post it all the time.
Well, keep in mind, I was gone for 9 months too, and I'm only been back for 1. But here's all I got to say about it. This here is conditional election, period. So,
Nah, you already told us that. Thanks for sharing your opinion.
it's a fact. It's conditional.
No, it's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Yeah,
The only way it's not.
avoid
Oh my gosh.
technology. We just need to say merits don't cause election.
Yeah.
The only way it's
Well,
not.
this is.
The only way it's not conditional election is if you say that when it says he includes it in his verses in response to his race, that's just like something that's baked into the person and not actually that person's like response.
Well, the free response is a byproduct of the election. That's the sense we can say it's included. It's the byproduct.
There it is.
It's not the
There it is.
reason.
Byproduct. It's like the fruits. It's like the fruits for for Calvinists. Like this is just a byproduct. It's automatically happening. So it
wait,
is,
the
if
problem.
that's how you're reading that, that that is unconditional. Then.
I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call it byproduct. But like it's
Dude, this is really sad.
Well, no, I would say it is in terms of like.
You got 3 Catholics saying 3 different things, and I'm just gonna shut up.
I would say it is in terms of the temporal effects. However, yeah, I just think that the problem here is even when it says the entire plan of predestination, because that's the problem. That's the part that is it's the entire plan of predestination. So not just the logical.
We understand that.
Yo, ChatGPT is getting sexy with me. That's weird, bro. What? Why's it talking to me about sexy shit now? That's fucking weird, bro. What? Dude, I don't like that. All right, hold up. Let's make a so we're trying to make a control. All right, sure. Oh, why not component? Oh, I get it. No, yeah, we want it to be control. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. So we're gonna make this called node. Yeah. The problem is this is gonna make a line, but where's the line gonna actually render? Like, how's it gonna render as like? Does it have to have a reference to the fucking canvas? Is that what? It says application current main window. Oh yeah, wire canvas. Gotcha. Background transparent. Alright, that's fine. So it's just like a whole canvas that's gonna stretch across the whole thing. That makes sense. So let's do that. Let's put the canvas behind everything here. Should it be on the grid? Yes, it should be on the grid. Alright, so it's gonna stretch out the whole thing, and it's transparent. Is that the wire canvas? Alright, bet. Cool. And then we're going to make, oops.
Are you talking about a guy who hates God, or are you talking about a guy who?
Okay.
I don't know who this guy is.
So we're gonna add, yeah, a user control. We're gonna call this node connector. So now we're gonna add the node connector.
He was given sufficient grace.
So this is going to, wait a minute, fuck.
That's all.
What if he's elect and it's just a byproduct? He ain't just a byproduct.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so how big did ChatGPT make it? 16 by 16. I feel like that's probably too small. I'm gonna make it 60 by 60 for now, just so I can really see it. That's probably way too big, but I just make sure I want to make sure I can be able to see it. So for now, I'm just gonna how did ChatGPT make it? It puts an ellipse. Well, we're going to, yeah, sure, it can be an ellipse, but I hope it doesn't render over the edge if I put it over the edge, like, you know what I mean? So like, I kind of want to put like, why wouldn't it be a button? It doesn't need to be a button. Excuse me, I guess not. So, well, that's fine. So we're just gonna take a ellipse. Now I don't want it to be, yeah, it should cut off hopefully. So we're just gonna like, yeah, we're gonna start it like this, and then we're going to stretch it. Oh, wasn't expecting that. Well, can I, no, like this. There you go. Alright, awesome. So now, that doesn't look great, but we just want it to look like something so we can get working on it. So now we're going to go into the brush. The fill is going to be, sure, we can do ChatGPT's orange idea. Orange will work just fine. What? Oh, there you go. Custom expression. We're going to do orange. Awesome. Except I want it to be a lot darker, like a real orange. There you go. Yeah. A little bit brighter. Cool. Now, I kind of want to give more green, so we'll do like 140. That works. I like that. So, now the stroke, we'll just make that a nice little red. Like a softer red than that. Like, yeah, crimson red. Perfect. Hell yeah. Alright. And except we'll turn the opacity down a little bit of that, just so it's like kind of there, but not really there. That looks cool. Why not, right? So now let's see if we can put that on there and it's not going to fuck everything up. So we're going to just sort of drag it on there. Oh, I need to build it first.
The dad giving the money to the kid that works hard. And this relates specifically to your
Alright, so let's put it on there now. Let's see. Is it going to show up? Ah. See, why does it do that? That's stupid. It doesn't keep the size that I set it to have. You know? That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't it keep that fucking size and shit? Because I set it to have that size. You know? Oh, this thing's width is like that, so it's gonna fucking try to... Oh shit, that's stupid, bro. Well, that's fine. We're gonna have that be done by a script anyway. You know what I mean? So for now, we just leave it like this. Well, actually, I kind of want it to be... Yeah, I like 50 for some reason. So we're gonna make it... We'll make it 50 wide. Alright, that'll work fine for now. That'll work fine for now. You know, just so we have it there. So now we can come back in here. Okay. So we need a mouse down button and a mouse up button event. So let's put all this code in here. Now I'm not super stoked for my like hopes of this working and shit, but hopefully at least it kind of does something like what I want, and then that's good enough, right? So we're gonna have, let's put the mouse left button down event on here. So mouse we can do any button. It's when we're concerned about the, if you don't click on this thing and it's in the canvas, we want to make right click be the thing where you like slice through it. So if you hold right click and then slice through one of those wires, not if you click it, but if you slice through it, you have to be dragging it, then it'll do that. So for now we just do mouse down. That's fine. I'm alright with that. Alright, so we're gonna put this code in there now. So we got this code in here now. This might not work, might not be the right code per se here, but it might work. So now let's do the mouse move. Mouse move right here. Again, I'm probably gonna have to refact this all this code quite a bit, but let's just start with this, make sure it kind of works or something. Mouse up, and we're just gonna copy this right here, and it's just gonna let go like I asked ChatGPT to do for the time being. That's all we're gonna do, right? All right. Now I don't want those errors and shit, so I'm gonna remove these warnings. I mean, all right, and then we have the updated thing here, and this is on mouse move. So let's see if this ends up working right. This is gonna be the tricky part here. Let's hope that works right. And now let's see. That we'll worry about that in a minute. So you never know. ChatGPT, it's always gonna be kind of scary whether it works or not. So all right, we have this ginormous motherfucking thing here, and it doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. Is it cause let's try like rebuilding it. I don't know.
Well, at this point,
yikes. What's the fill of this line or whatever? Is it thick enough to see? I do have XAML Spy, so I can totally see if this is doing anything. That's the nice part about having XAML Spy. I didn't know that was a thing before. That was gonna make things like this a lot easier. But so let's add in the wire. Let's see the
it's not. Conditional election just means that there's a more consideration about the individual.
Maybe it's this. I don't think it's that, but you know. Let's see. So it's got wire path. Gotcha. So
Well, then we could say this. Let me pull up this paragraph.
Interesting. Let's try it again. I don't know. While it's going, I'm gonna open XAML Spy. Okay. Yep. Let's get started. No connection can be made. Target machine actively refused. I think it's because I stopped the service. It doesn't know how to automatically restart the service again. That's fine. Because it was open in the background. I didn't like that. So let's do manual at least, so then I can start and stop it when I want. So start it. XAML Spy. Yeah, it's not doing anything, but let's see. Whoa. It only has a 15-day trial? Whatever, man. I better use it quick while I can here, you know? Whoa!
But I haven't unpacked it yet. I just said you're a schematic over a calendar. But there's
wait a dang second. Is that this thing doing that? It's like this thing's doing that. How? Wait, no, it's not. Hold up, that's so weird. Let's try that again, because that's weird as hell. Oh, it is that doing it. What the hell? I can't drag the fucking window or anything. Oh, now I can. That's so fucking strange, dude. Why? Why would it behave like that?
His grace. So
Because
that's
they're not, when he predestines them, he doesn't, it's not a force.
See, I can't move it or anything, bro. Is that because of this? Hold on, bro. I'm so confused. Hold up. Stop this service real quick. Can I not move it because of that?
Right.
No, I'm not.
But if you believe, look, here's the deal. If you believe CCC 600, okay, I don't even have to use the phrase, because I don't know why the phrase conditional election is so like anathema. I don't need to use.
Wait, I like can't move it and shit?
If somebody asks,
Oh no, I can. Oh yeah, see.
say, well, just don't say anything and be like that if you want. But I think it would be, and maybe I won't, but at the very least, it would be.
Did I put these like no?
Wayfinder believes that to God, all moments of time are present in their immediacy. When therefore he establishes his eternal plan of predestination, God includes in that plan each person's free response to his grace. Okay, because that's what you're telling me you believe.
Yeah, you can say that, and also
Okay.
tell him this. Wayfinder believes also that merits are not the cause or reason of election.
Well, now you're adding the or reason of it, whereas before you were always very specific.
It does say on mouse down now. That's funny. It's like it knows what I want to hear. Oh no, never mind. It's just. Maybe I wasn't supposed to use on mouse down. I don't know, but Oh, because we're doing it like on the ellipse. It's not supposed to be on the ellipse. Well, that's fine. Let's just copy ChatGPT. It's fine, right? Let's make sure I'm doing this right.
You know, and so like, God is considering a reason, and then it's just back to confusion. So
I don't even know. Let's just I'll just like do this. I don't know.
I don't think so, because when he says that the merits aren't a reason, if he says they're not a cause, I can get behind that, because that's.
Let's try it again, I guess, right?
The analogy of the father giving the money to the kid that does good
Uh-oh.
with money, right? The kid doing good with money is not the cause of the father giving the kid the money. The cause of the father giving the kid the money is none other than the father's goodwill and love for the kid.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing something wrong. So let's just put all the old code back, because clearly I'm doing something wrong here.
Reason is distinct from cause, and so if we say the merits are not a reason for the election, or in this context of the analogy, if we say the kid's good money management skills are not a reason for the giving, then no, I wouldn't agree with that, and I don't think that that's compatible with this CCC 600 right here either. Why?
Yeah, you told us that 12 times.
Because free response is a reason. If you're going to consider a person's free response, then the consideration of their free response is a reason, a factor in your decision to elect them. It's not the cause, but it is a factor or a reason. So.
And your story about the children, the boys that you give money to, that's not, I didn't know you were talking about election. I thought you were just like drawing.
That's that makes no sense. What?
Well, I thought you were talking about the same thing Abraham was talking about when he brought up the parable.
That makes literally no sense.
The people that do well with what they're given will be rewarded. Like, everyone agrees with that. It's not this story about the kids. If that's about election.
Why is this code in here, dog?
Oh
So,
my
hang on.
gosh.
Can I ask something where I find this might help clear it up? Do you do you have a view on like Molinism?
Damn. What the hell?
I don't have any opinion about Molinism. I've had people describe it to me, and I don't agree. But it's.
So, yeah.
I don't think they're a heretic.
Okay. Let me just try and articulate this hypothetical then. Do you think that if God can, I think as Warfare said, God can see past, present, and future, or all time at any one time. If he can see that if he did give grace to someone, and that actually did change the disposition of their heart to be towards God instead of away from him, do you think that the disposition of their heart and the change in them towards God has any place or any factor in whether that person will be elect or not?
Well, first of all, this is what's called a run-on sentence. It's hard to answer a question that is a paragraph. But just know that I believe Christ died for everyone, and everyone's considered. So he's already done that for everyone.
Does this thing have to... Bro, that doesn't make sense.
Well, he needs to understand that there's sufficient grace given to all, so...
He didn't deny that.
His question was too long.
His question
Can you
is the same one
reform
that-
your question so it's not 4 sentences?
Does God
Well, I think-
consider anything about the individual when he decides to select them?
Whoa.
I don't know. He might consider certain things like...
Why would you do that? That makes no sense, dude.
Okay.
Or at least it helped me write the basic boilerplate code like always, right?
Does God consider the free
What the
response
hell?
when he elects? Yes or no?
I want to hear his question.
Oh man.
I think that was articulated much better.
What your question is?
Yo.
Does God consider the
you
free
know how
response of the person?
you know how warfare is saying the father with a son, and he has a son that's a drug addict, and he sees that one will be a good steward of the money, so he gives the money to that kid. That's not synonymous with election. That's not how I see election.
Noted, but can I ask a question? Okay. Does God consider the free response of the person when he decides to elect them? When he predestines them, whatever word you want?
In
Yes or
some
no?
way, I'm not sure.
You're not sure? You just gave
it's
me
too
Oh,
vague of a question.
what?
Does
Brother.
Does free will have anything to do with election?
Okay,
It's
Wayfinder,
like,
I'm
yeah.
literally reading the C600 that you just gave. Here it is again, with the 8 words. Does God consider the free response when he elects?
The free response, if it's a positive response to the gospel, is not a reason or cause for him choosing that person.
So what is the interplay of God and that response? Is there
What
any,
is
or is that completely irrelevant?
What is the interplay?
Yeah.
What's the interplay of... I mean, I just answered Warfare's question with it.
I don't think you did.
Well,
I
you
just
did,
answered
but
it.
You dodged it.
When he predestines a saint, okay, he is that saint's positive response to the gospel is not the reason he predestined. Okay.
Is it a... Okay, how about
now? Wait.
Is it a...
And let me finish. That saint that also was sanctified and later glorified, he's not even, those aren't reasons that he predestined either.
I'd like to focus only on the free response part because that's the only verbiage that's included in the catechism paragraph that you gave me. And I want to keep this as clear as possible. So, okay, now, when it says that God includes each person's free response, right? So, you read that to me, the free response is not a reason for their election. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Just
so
like-
what do
okay.
you think that this paragraph means then? When it says that, when
It
it
means
says,
that in God's overarching plan of salvation, which includes what happened to Jesus and people coming to the gospel, people repenting, people resisting, that entire plan included in it people's free will, like Pilate's free will is part of that divine plan. Herod's free will, the scribes and Pharisees' free will, Peter's free will, Judas' free will. I'm using the word free will for lack of a better term right now, but basically warfare's free will was included in that divine plan of salvation when you follow God, when you come to God, when you repent.
Okay, so if we say that it was included, then is it also fair to say that it's a factor in the plan?
It's part of the plan. It's included in the plan.
Okay, so is it a factor in the plan?
That's really vague, but sure, it's vague. Yes, it's very vague. Okay.
Is it okay? So if it's a factor in the plan, so if I say that something factored, if I say X factored into my decision to do Y, right? We all know what's being said here. We're saying, let's just say that, for example, I had a hankering for pizza, so I went to the pizza parlor. My hankering for pizza was a factor in my decision to go to the pizza parlor. Anyone in their right mind would say that it was synonymous to say the sentence, me wanting pizza was a reason that I went to the pizza parlor, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how come that doesn't follow here?
I mean, what do you mean? Why?
Because you emphatically denied that the free response was a reason in God's decision to elect.
Because I believe that God doesn't look at Peter and be like, he's gonna say yes when I say come follow me, so I'm gonna choose him.
So
because he said yes. He says he does freely cooperate with his will. He does.
So
yeah, I know we're not
here,
robots.
So here, when it says he includes in it, when it says here, when it says here that he includes in it each person's free response, is that just like, what does that even mean? What does that mean?
It means that in his divine plan of salvation,
Jesus,
like I
man,
told you,
holy merciful Christ.
Pharisees, you, me, we are having free will decisions, cooperating, rejecting, etc. That plan of salvation includes the creature's free will, including humans.
Right, but so in other words, you don't interpret that to say that God decides to elect because some people will accept it.
Right, for the elect, they're not chosen because they're not chosen because they would freely respond. But then you also say that their free response is a factor.
It feels like it's contradictory.
When you said is free will, when you said is free will a factor, you were being very vague. So
that's not vague at all.
For the record, warfare, I'll say no, so you don't use that like, oh, he said it's a factor. He said free will is a factor in some way. So now he believes
anybody reading this would interpret it the way I'm interpreting. Anybody listening to the discussion right now say that you're being like very unfair.
Wait. Let me see this.
Anybody who reads
No. If you deny the fact that
please, let me just say it, guys. Let's have charity around it, right? When
we're just trying to get clarification.
When Wayfinder saying it's not his view, then just let it be and ask for clarifications. That's it.
I've been asking for clarifications for 3 years, Newtonia. 3 years.
And I feel like I've answered all his questions.
Yeah, but
I've answered 1,000 questions of Abraham and warfare.
Well,
but they They
Hang
don't
on.
let you internally critique them.
I welcome your internal critique. I welcome your internal critique.
Okay, why are you a schismatic?
Yeah, do you want to have that discussion?
I'm just messing. Forget that.
No, we'll have that discussion. I don't want to do it right now.
I don't even want to know about you guys.
Next time, no, you went there. So next time there's a lull in the room, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to double down on that. Three things. First of all, I'm going to show that you don't know what the term even means, nor who bears the responsibility for a schism. Second, once we've established how that's used in church history, both East and West, I'm going to establish that I'm not schismatic. Third of all, I'm going to triple down on that and show how Rome is schismatic. So we'll do that another time. But as far as
I didn't define schism, did I?
Well,
I only thought you were a
throwing around
schismatic
terms
because Krim called you a schismatic.
Yeah, Krim is retarded.
What the fuck?
All right, let's go back to
Yeah, and I'll say that
Let's-
with him.
let's-
It's not a behind the back thing. I'll say it to his
All right.
face, and I'll
We're
tell
clear.
him. Yeah.
You were clear on my stance.
No.
Yes, we are. You're going to say,
I'm
look,
not clear on stance.
Wayfinder believes in paragraph 600 plus this statement he gave me.
No, Wayfinder believes in paragraph 600.
Contradictory statements, though. Like you can't. It doesn't make sense, Wayfinder. So, like you're saying that both free will is not an actual factor in whether someone is elect or not. So therefore, it is completely and entirely on the decree of God alone. Which means, therefore, if this works, if someone's free will choice is all part of God's actual plan, then it's not an actual free will choice that God is then allowing free will. He's actually determining the choice, or he's determined the possible world in which this free will choice is made. So
Dude.
it's actually a determined outcome. So I think the two statements, if you agree with the catechism there and that actual statement that you're saying that that someone's free will choice does not have any factor in someone's election or not, those two are two contradictory statements.
All right. Okay, thank you for your opinion. I just, you must be EO. I've never met you, but you sound like an EO.
We've talked like 2 years ago, right now. I was a prot and now I am EO, but that has nothing to do with the logic of the statements, because we're talking about like...
I just don't understand why you, and Warfare, and Abraham, like, this is all a surprise to you. Like, we've never heard of Thomism. We've never heard of an Augustinian view. This is really strange.
I've heard of the Augustinian view a million times. What I've never heard is somebody seemingly taking two contradictory views for 3 years straight, and then me still not being able to get to the bottom of it. And then, on top of that, me not being the only one. But here's an idea for an interesting experiment if you want one. I suggest that one of these days, you and I go up to Clubhouse Atheists, okay? When that room is full, and so that nobody there is going to be Orthodox or Catholic. They're going to be largely ignorant about anything about our religion, right? And I suggest that we have the logical, rational atheists just poll the room, like you
Yeah,
know,
with them spectating. I hear you. I hear you.
You'll say what you
Yeah, I get it. You don't have to over-explain this. Like, I knew what you were saying in the first sentence.
All right.
So I won't do it because, no, I'm going to be honest with you, Warfare. Those God haters, what I'm explaining about election, I believe it must be gifted to you by the Holy Spirit. I really believe it's a gift.
Everybody believes that, Wayfinder. We all, Orthodox and you, believe that.
What?
The issue where there's the confusion is one step above that in the directory structure.
No, what do you think I'm saying?
When he was saying gifted to you, he's talking about the knowledge of what the asymmetry is doing.
No, I'm saying Warfare. Those God haters, this is going to sound bad to them. They're not going to be able to comprehend it.
No, I'm not. Okay, I think you're misunderstanding why I'm proposing this experiment. I'm proposing it because I want to get the response of individuals who don't have a dog in the fight about plain meanings of language and whether or not that they would be confused. For example, when you affirm, okay, on the one hand, this statement that God, like it says in the paragraph, God includes man's free response in his plan of predestination. And then two, the other statement that you also seem to somehow affirm, which says man's free response is not a reason for God's election. And I want to see if they can understand that, if they would be equally perplexed at that as I am, or if they would be like, no, Warfare, you're an idiot. That's clearly there's a distinction there. Well, like
No, I'm telling you, Warfare, I'm persuaded that this has to be gifted to you. To understand election the way I do, it must be gifted.
Okay, well then now, so we're now.
They're not going to get it. They're going to say, "Look, that's a contradiction." They're going to sound just like the EOs. They're
Right,
going
and
to
then
be
by
like, "This is just hogwash."
Right, and by extension here, we are now at a Matt Slick moment that I never thought I would see with you, where the inability to understand anything here is because I'm a reprobate and don't have the gift. Thank you very much.
I'm not saying you're a reprobate. I'm not talking about a gift of salvation. I'm talking about a gift of revelation about election.
Yeah,
right.
I'm specifically talking about understanding this principle.
Yeah.
That your story about the boy and the father, the one's doing well, I'm going to pay him more. That is not analogous to election. It's actually, it's not an analogous.
Would you, what would you say in response to a swath of patristic citations that say exactly that? Would you at least, like, go over them with me one day?
I mean, I already, remember when you gave me the John
I gave you, yeah, that's one. That's one.
I read it.
Yeah.
And I loved it. I loved what he said. It doesn't, that one you gave me didn't disagree with me.
It does. It says specifically that he's in the context of Jacob and Esau. He uses them as an example. And he says specifically that God looks down the corridor of time and knowing that Jacob would respond favorably, dispenses his grace accordingly. I mean, that's a slight paraphrase, but that's what it says.
Of course God knows he's going to respond positively. God knows all
it's
things.
a reason, and not just that he knows, but that response, his free response, is a reason, a factor. Okay,
Here's a, you know, I've heard this recently. They're like, listen, this is a novelty. It kind of starts with Augustine. But one thing you gotta realize is, I believe that the reason it looks that way to a modern reader is that Augustine took on some heresies that pronounced these teachings. They were brought to the forefront more than they were in the early church.
Yeah, and they were brought so much to the forefront that they had to correct.
How is this invalid?
The Council of Orange after Pope St. Leo assigned
Oh,
St. John
you.
the that Augustine made. Come on, dude.
Okay.
But yeah, let's go over the Council of Orange. Let's do that.
Oh,
Hang on, can I just jump in? I just want to ask a question.
Please do.
Wayfinder. Hey, so Wayfinder, I'm just trying
There
to
you go.
understand. Are you familiar with the idea of unconditional election in Calvinism?
I was Calvinist.
Okay, so could you explain to me how your view is different from the Calvinist view of unconditional election? Because I'm failing to see how
No, I can't. Because the reason I don't want to do that is there's actually, in my opinion, there's varying Calvinist views.
on the doctrine of unconditional election in Calvinism?
Yeah. There's some Calvinists that would say exactly what I'm saying, and there's some that
Well, I think that's true because you're espousing a Calvinist position now. That's why I think they'll say exactly what you're saying.
That's what you're going to say. That's what you, Warfare, and Abraham said.
Well, okay. So let me take a step back. Do you think that the Roman Catholic position is compatible with the Calvinist position of unconditional election?
I told you, in my opinion, they're varying Calvinist views.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. Is there a specific Calvinist view of the doctrine of unconditional election that is compatible with Catholicism?
Yeah, just on election, yeah.
On unconditional election?
Just election, yes.
Just
There's
select
views
matter
that
of
are-
reprobation.
Are you able to articulate that view so that I can understand it? Because I don't understand it.
I mean, do we really want to do this right now?
Well, I mean, I think this is the crux of the argument, right? It's
No, we talked about this many times before. There's some Calvinists when they describe election, I agree with them. I don't have any problem with that. Just in election, like, we reject irresistible grace, we reject limited atonement, we believe Jesus died for everyone, we reject eternal security, but there's a lot of Catholics that have very similar views to election than some Calvinists.
And are they orthodox views in terms of, like, there could be Catholics that don't actually believe Catholic doctrine, right? Like, is it in line with what the church actually teaches?
You mind if I say something? Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
the good will of God and of man. Men do their own will, not God's, when they do what displeases God. But when they do what they wish, in order to serve the divine will, even though willingly they do what they do, nonetheless it is the will of Him who, by whom that they will is both prepared and ordered. This is by Saint Prosper.
Yeah. And whose student was he?
Saint Augustine.
Exactly. And so all that does is reinforce the notion that this is an Augustinian tradition.
But we accept Augustinian tradition. Like
Yes, that's part of the problem, is that the Augustinian tradition on this particular issue was completely out of accord with everything that everyone, East and West, taught prior.
Well,
and not only that, the West had to tone some of it down afterwards. The Pope assigned a monk to make sense of this mess and to bring Augustine back to center. That's the reason for the Council of Orange and for St. John Cassian's works. I don't know if you hear that. I'm talking about both of them.
Like J.N.D. Kelly and Shaft say that Augustine, this new view kind of comes from Augustine. They say they're all synergistic. You get kind of modernism idea from Augustine.
Well, here's the thing. As far as Chrysostom, okay, I dropped in the side chat here about Chrysostom.
All I'm saying is that, like, the church, when it wrote the Catechism of 600, this paragraph 600, it understood that it held in high regard St. Augustine's view on grace. And so, like, this paragraph of 600 doesn't mean that this is somehow contradictory to what his students have taught. What I've said to you is a quotation from Denzig.
Okay, so what I'm saying here, this paragraph 600, I think, that rightly understood, it is conditional election. I don't think that it is a affirmation. I think it represents the toning down of Augustine's overswing on this matter. That's the only logical way that I can see to read it without adding, want to maybe look at some other stuff. My perplexing problem here is just getting, like, honestly, like a straight answer out of Wayfinder. That's what's, like, kind of, got me a little bit, like, weirded out, because it's like, on one minute it's like, okay, and the next minute it's like, well, wait, there's more. And it's just like, and I'm not the only one, right? And I guess it's only us EOs that don't have this gift of the Holy Spirit to understand it that's causing us to think that there's a clear contradiction in language. I don't know. Maybe he's right. But let me read this thing from Chrysostom really quick, just to clear this up.
Dude, I swear to my fucking God. I let go of my mouse like this. And it fucking thought I was holding it. Alright, bro, I swear to God, man. Okay, alright. So, Which we do
with the
basically, right?
distinction about birth, okay?
That's fine actually. That's fine the way it is. So now what we do is we go into the code. We're gonna do an add connector button.
But we
Okay.
must seek for virtue of soul.
So
which
okay.
even before the works of it, God knows.
I mean function. Excuse me. So void void add connection function here. Excuse me. And obviously we're gonna have the no connector connector in here. So
For this was a sign of foreknowledge.
so we're gonna do this dot children. This add child. Yes. Now no, I'm sorry. Hold on. So that needs to be the first one. So essentially we need to
Now
yeah.
Now keep reading. Do not then tell me that you have read the law and the prophets.
Yep.
And hast been
Okay.
a servant for such a
So now this is gonna do
For he
no.
that knows how to assail
We're gonna
the
do
soul knows which is worthy of being saved. Yield then to the incomprehensibleness of the election, for it is he alone who knows how to call right. This is clearly saying
and then we can do
that God
connector dot what? I don't know. Transform? No. X? No. Position? No. Yeah,
I don't see how people can't see that. I don't know. But
translate point. Translates a point relative. No. Wait, yes. Relative to this element to coordinates that are relative to the specified element. Translates a point relative to this element. Gotcha. So yeah, we actually want to do that. So we're gonna do node connector connector.
oh yeah, that was on this server, right?
No, that's not right. We want to find the last one. So in other words, we can do this dot children.
No, it's mono and energism.
Yes, where's just the one divine will word.
Right. It's an actual Christological heresy condemned to the 6th and 5th councils. Explicitly at the 6th,
Sure.
but indirectly.
And then we do dot.
Focus on the human nature. Yeah, but the free will of Christ and how Christ's nature has.
Oh, we gotta do
So that's why, like, it shouldn't be a mystery.
no.
The free will is at play here with the election.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I think the mono and energism thing is a good tool for illustrating synergism because the whole point of it is that Christ, even though one subject, that his humanity and his divinity are intertwined and like in step and in sync every second, like every turn, every action, every.
Oh, that's right. My fault.
Human divine.
My fault. So basically, we need to give. Oh my fucking god! So we need to give this grid a name here. So we're gonna call this a grid, obviously, right? So we do grid dot children. There you go. Dot.
His divinity. I know that that's like cumbersome language, right? But you know what I'm saying. I'm not dividing them. We're not being historian. I'm just saying that this like code.
Well, I can do this. I can do.
that happened at every second is the same exact thing that obviously happens to the apostles, and by extension, us losers.
Will this get the last child? Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Thanks. Okay. And then we do. Yes. So this is called translate point. And we make a new point here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Why not, dude? Okay.
Second of all, the thing that I did actually
oh, bro. Oh my god.
Whose student was he? I said, whose student was he? And then, and then after that, I said, right. And I said that Augustine went too much to the other side on this issue. So much so that Leo had to get involved
Double.
and get St. John Cassian to bring
And then
everybody
it doesn't
back
know
to
what the fuck
center.
this even is, evidently.
Right, that's
Look,
what
it
I'm
doesn't know what that is.
Now,
It's double, and then it's like it gives up after
we're
that.
not even the root. This is 3.5 hours now.
That's awesome, bro.
Just
I
like
really wish I could actually disable this shit, but there's no way to get rid of that at all.
specifically whether elections
Anyway,
conditional or unconditional. That's- they started
so
off
why would it
by
say,
trying to determine whether or
look,
not
translates a
there was any
point
functional difference in
relative to
5
this
pointers
element
meteorology,
to
and
coordinates
that
that are
was
relative to
determined
that
at the time.
to the
And the
specified
Wayfinder got
element.
in it, and, you know,
In
from
the
what
sense
I can
that
see,
it's
I
stupid
see
bullshit makes no
people
sense
with
because the
3 different
parameters are points, which is the point value as relative to
or
this
at least,
element,
like, 3
and
vastly
relative
different
to the element to
explanations of what
translate the
might be
given
the
point
same
to.
source. I have no idea. I'm as lost as I've ever been.
I don't know, it doesn't really explain much, but it's fine. We don't need to worry about it. Instead,
Why would election be
we're gonna basically do.
I mean, you've been yapping the whole time along with me, right? Come on.
Wait a minute. What? I don't understand. So the problem I'm seeing here, oh my god, is how fucking shit everything Microsoft has made is.
Will deny a lot of this stuff. Like this is not all Catholics. Yes,
Right,
he
that's
does.
the
Go ahead and
margin.
ask him. I've asked
Okay.
him.
Yeah, maybe that's
For example,
I'll
right?
ask him.
start polling Catholics.
Yeah,
See
this
which
is a margin
Catholics-
of that, 43 from the top. Okay.
Either way, it, like
So
the
this is
my
implicitly
point-
margin
my-
of
my
0,
only point
right?
was saying that this is not a view that you have to hold dogmatically.
It says margin 0. Cool.
This
So
is
basically,
a view
that's
that
exactly
is
what we want to do.
permissible.
So we want to say the last one, we have a margin. Never mind. Okay, we're just gonna do as
That's my point.
node connector.
Like this is not a Roman Catholic view. This is an Augustinian view that some people in the Roman Catholic.
Then we're gonna say last child dot margin, and we can do top
We don't.
Plus-
On a straight jacket.
plus 4.
What does that mean?
Right. So connector dot margin dot top is gonna be equal to no, oops.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, it's like-
This
like,
plus
the church
20, right?
is, like the word dogma itself means like order. It means like a thing that's set up to establish a order.
Damn. Wow,
And
that's
this is,
cooked.
like what's permissible to believe and what's not permissible to believe. Mostly about what's not permissible to believe. And there is, I mean, everybody agrees there's room within those borders for varying opinions, but there isn't room for
What
varying
the fuck,
opinions,
dog?
that contradict one another. On
It's
the
called a
basis of-
thickness, apparently. It's the margin is the thickness. That makes sense. Sure. Oh my god. Okay, let's just do new, right? New? Oh my god. I'm trying to, bro. You're not letting me fucking code. Like, you're just getting in my way of coding is all you're doing, nigga. Damn. There you fucking go, bro. Holy shit. There you go. Oh, wow, bro. It's amazing. Oh. Anyway, then we're just gonna do 0, 0.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, maybe
There you go.
Joe said that
Right.
like he doesn't deny. Maybe
Okay. So this should give us the appropriate transform, quote unquote. And then we're gonna do connector, right?
You're freaking out, buddy.
So we're gonna do parent dot add. Oh my lord. Did I make it public? No, of course not.
No, meteorology is more.
Dot add
Dude,
connection.
you guys are hilarious.
soteriology is about how one is
So
saved.
that should add us another part. And then of course we also gotta increase the bottom of this motherfucking thing by fucking 20 as well. Okay, or yeah, by 20 exactly. So then we're gonna say this dot margin equals new this dot margin dot left this dot margin dot no. God Christ, what the fuck am I doing? Hold on. Excuse me. Okay, anyway, so.
Aren't cars. Yeah, well, it's actually a very intelligent. It's actually a very intelligent question made to unmask what might be.
So we're gonna. Oh.
Which is that soteriology is justification. No, justification is a component of soteriology in the same way brakes are a component of cars. So sit down.
Ooh, hot, dude. That was so attractive. Oh my God.
Saint Maximus and his great defense on free will and Christ's human nature.
Anyway, look, how about this, you guys?
Anyway, so now we're gonna do the height. Right, it's gonna be plus equal to 20 each time, because this is add connection. That's what we want to do, right? So, that all should work technically.
The very specific question of whether election is conditional or unconditional. Like, of the 5 that are here now, or 4, however many.
Can I set the margin in here like this?
Okay, Newtonia is a yes.
Yeah, I can. Cool.
I'd be willing to. Okay, Mr. Don. Okay, he says yes. Wayfinder, would you show up for an event
Cool.
like that?
Based. All right. So now, in fact, since we're not gonna even fucking use this, we can do this right in here. So we're gonna do node connector.
Yeah, I know Joe would do that.
Right.
I can think of a few other people who would say yes.
Yeah, we got to get at least a dozen.
Hey, Abraham, did you say Joe believes that merits are a cause of reason for election?
And we also don't need to do that.
What I remember Joe saying, it was a
Or that.
response.
So.
There was a few questions, so it wasn't just one question, but Joe.
There you go. So. That's base code right there. Now let's try it out. I know that's not gonna work, but we can try it.
Messing up what he said.
Ain't gonna hurt to try, right?
It was pretty quick, one and done. Like,
Object not. Oh. I thought I did though.
Right away. I want to ask him again rather than say something that I regret saying later.
Because I want to talk to him also. I'm gonna ask him that question.
Okay.
And then, because in my experience.
I wish this was Unity. See, I'm so used to Unity where I can just drag the game object in there to link it. And I can make this a prefab instead of a fucking user control. But evidently it don't work out that way really in reality. So this is the connection. Oh, I got you. We need parent.parent. That's my fault. So it's base.parent.parent, right? We need to cast this to a grid first. So grid, and then do that dot parent. There you go. I don't like this. I like the as form a lot better than this shit, to be honest with you now. After some work on my coding style, I realized this is actually a really nice way to do it. You know what I'm saying, type shit. So basically, we're just going to do that. All right.
Okay.
Now let's try it.
Does free response influence God's decision?
Damn, nigga. Really? That doesn't make sense. But what we can do to experiment with this here real quick. What? Oh Lord, it's airing and out complete. It's airing and out completely, dude. Well, no, actually that doesn't make any sense. Why the fuck? No, our parent is a grid. Base.parent as grid. It is a grid. It is a grid though.
Okay, but notice I didn't ask that.
But it's a grid.
So ask your question again, and then I will give you your answer.
Okay.
Is it not supposed to be parent? I'm like.
Cannot be traced to the creature when it comes to election.
Okay. In other words,
See, the nice part is I think there's a interactive thing they added. Oops, no.
Okay, perfect. Now let me.
I didn't mean to fucking get close to doing that.
I think you'll see that this is analogous to it.
They have a thing, yep. And I think this thing that's really nice here should allow me to check. Oh, I can't like just write code in here. What's this? There's no this. What a bunch of bullshit. Okay, well we can do like new. We can do var b equals new connection list. Oh, that's some bullshit, bro. Jesus, get the fuck out of here. It says dependency object. Maybe that's not the right way to do it. Is it supposed to be like dot
cannot be traced to the money management skills when it comes to the allowance skill.
Huh.
That's identical.
Oh, do I have to do like get value?
Yes. Okay. So now that we have clear
What the fuck? Get property. I mean dependency prop. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. How to get the parent?
I've returned back to the original question. Is the free response of the creature
The funk?
In other words, does God
Logical parent. How things are drawn / laid out. And then logical. I don't understand.
Notice none of those words are.
Yeah, exactly. It says visual tree helper get parent.
Response that goes off about cause is
The fuck?
Okay, when I let's just get out of the example of electric. When I say that my
What the fuck?
parlor, what does that mean?
That's so fucking cooked, nigga. Returns. Yeah, the visual. I don't understand. But hey, maybe it'll work. So we can then maybe get the grid. No, then we can cast that to a grid, right? And then maybe it'll let us get the. I don't even know anymore, man. Why? It says controls.grid. Turn null. What? Is it because I'm trying to cast it like this? Bro. Don't tell me it's because I'm trying to cast it like that.
When I'm asking the question about influence,
No way, man.
does it influence God in any way? Like, does God
Converting. I don't care. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Wow, that's fucking crazy, nigga. Here, let's start doing this. If parent is not grid, throw new exception.
If it's not suitable to be described in a positive manner, that like we should not proceed.
So we got the grid. Well, we can just do this. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. All right.
If I were to play
And then we're gonna say this dot parent equals parent as connection list.
the voice in your soul that says it's not suitable to proceed
Or whatever. Doesn't even matter.
I don't even know what that means.
That maybe it's best to like engage in this kind of topic negatively. Like for example, what does it mean to not be influenced?
The fuck? Bro.
These kinds
Oh,
of
that went away. Okay, base.
this is
Oh my lord.
So are you just suggesting?
How? What? Bro.
Okay. Then.
What?
Okay. So okay. Well, no, I'll take the suggestion. I mean, if anything, it's a welcome change of pace for 3.5 hours later.
Wait a minute. What?
What does it mean to not be?
No.
Okay. Well, if I am not influenced by my neighbor's loud music.
If it's not a grid, yeah, then it's gonna keep going. Exactly. So it has to not be a connection list for it to continue.
I'm not going to punch the wall because their music's too loud. I'm not gonna.
Oh, you know what? Because it also does if it's not null. Okay, I have an idea.
Okay.
Or like a
Throw new type of parent. What?
So if we're not influenced, we are not.
Oh, my bad. I have to do, because that gets a type instance. I'm thinking about it backwards. Okay. What?
If X is influenced by Y.
Okay, let's just do, yeah, name, sure.
Same with the free response. If election is not influenced by free response.
What?
Right, see where it's going.
election is not influenced by free response.
Parent
Then
was null.
whatever action that or whatever election it got. That's not a reaction to.
This is making me angry.
Conversely, if yeah, and then the converse.
Well,
Oh, there you go. That's what I want. You fucking asshole.
well, the actual description just says like, okay, so you can't. It falls in line to what I just said. Like you can't trace the line of causality back to the creature.
But
Like,
we already
that's-
established that. See, but that's the problem. We
Yeah.
already
Wow, man.
established that's not the case. It's not hard.
Well, that's
No, but that's the
tragic.
thing, though. Like that's the safest approach this.
Okay, here's an idea.
Anything about God, that's the safest
Because that only works when it's not null, right? So it's going to throw an exception in there necessitatively. What?
I can try to answer it for you. So this is at least how TA makes the distinction. According to your question,
Do I have to do it when it's loaded?
God is not taking into account the free response for the election itself. No.
Type shit.
600 does not mean what it appears.
Dude, I'm about to fucking go, like, murder myself.
Well, I think
Alright, hold on.
Common
It's okay.
reading of it that most atheists in Clubhouse would take.
Well, I think the problem is. Well, I think the problem
Fuck.
is paragraph 600, that's not just talking about. That's not just talking about the election itself. When it says
Grid.
plan and predestination. it's actually
Okay.
talking about the temporal
So, at least I learned my lesson there. So that's fine.
TA actually does.
So this dot parent is going to be equal to,
You don't like the answers, right?
as,
He does say marriage.
grid, base dot parent,
Yes, however,
no, hold on. Oh, God, it's so confusing. As, connection list.
exactly what he says.
No.
So, send
Well, we can do it as now. I don't know why I just didn't do that.
so we can get this imposing together.
So base dot parent as grid,
Because now this has got
dot parent as, connection list.
the inability of the 4 or 5 of you to converge on anything and then bouncing all over the place.
No,
I agree with Tyre.
I am thoroughly.
Okay, and now,
You're wrong about something.
damn. Content of content control must be a single element. Okay, we have to do this dot grid dot add child, which apparently you can't do. Okay, children dot add. There you go. Okay. So what does this do now? Huh? What?
That's not
Okay. We have a clear answer.
No. Is it the order that counts or something?
An influence in God's decision to elect in any way.
No, not the election itself. Catechism, when it says planning
What? Is it the height that's doing that? What? I don't understand. What? Why would it do that? Oh, wow, it's so trash. Okay, yeah. Vertical alignment top. Got it. That's good. No, wait, that's not good. I don't understand. Do I need to do?
I posted it. Just
No. What? I don't understand why I would do this, dude. Oh, look at this shit. No. Wow. Look, so this is the problem here. Yup. Okay. I guess that doesn't really matter. Let's just try now. Dude.
Yeah, in the same way I've been like I said,
I'm dying. I need some food or some coffee or something. That's what I need. Yeah, I don't understand, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This is making no sense. Okay, look, right? So if we add another one of these.
It doesn't need to just be talking about that. Does it include that? Does God's plan
Now, oh no, what? Okay, what happens if I do 30?
Does it include it? Does it include it?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Oh, I gotcha. I know why that's happening. Because then this is gonna get a margin of 20, which makes no sense. There you go. That makes no sense. Oh, I mean, I did it wrong, but it doesn't matter. Point is this one, and yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So first of all, this is not getting bound to the top. Why? I changed that already.
Legit in my book. You can say that I'm wrong. You can say that I'm crazy. But let's get this symposium together.
Hold on, am I high? Node connector. Where'd it go? Did I really close it? Whatever. This motherfucking bitch. Oh, what did I change? This thing? Oh, well, I must just be a. Excuse me. Maybe I didn't even save it. But anyway, that's fine. We can just do top. Alright, now it should work because I fixed it. There you go. Okay, yes. So we're gonna set this back to 16. Oh, I set this to top. Oh, boss. That's fine anyway. It literally doesn't make a difference. So we got this in here now. Let me just. There you go. All right, now it should work technically. Oh my Lord Jesus. Oh well, that's fine. I know why that's happening. Node connector. There you go. Yeah. I don't think we need this at all. No, yeah, we do. We should do +8. Okay, that should work now. And there you go. I should make the hitbox like quite a bit bigger. It's like if you click anywhere here, it should automatically select the bottom one. No. Not necessarily. If you select, or we can just make them a little bit bigger. I really don't see a problem with making them bigger. We could make them 26 by 26. So this could be 13, and then we can make these things 26 large. So let's start by coming in here. This is going to be 26, 26. And then, well.
Predestination, right? Hey, Warfare, let it out, man.
I think
let out
he's frustrated. Yeah, I think I kind of see now why you didn't want to. Like, we're
And then this is going to be 20, 20, and this can be, what is 26 times 2? 52. Yes?
too cerebral, man. Too cerebral.
Why is width all the way fucking over here, dude?
I already explained to you that paragraph's not talking about the election itself.
Well, it's talking, it includes election. It's all the entire plan. It's the entire plan of salvation.
The fuck? Oh, yeah. Oh no. Alright, there you go. Perfect. So now they're probably gonna be much more usable. Let's go in here. No, in here. Update this 26. No. Yeah, and the max width needs to be 32. Why did I thought I like made this wrong or something? I don't even know what I was thinking, but that should fix that. Yep, and then that seems a little big. I'm not gonna lie. Did I? No, I think I messed something up. Either way, I don't know. Do we need it to be that big? No, I think we're gonna go with 20, just because, yeah, that's a little better. I'm imagining at least. So, set these all to 20. Let's set this to 40. And let's set this to 40. I won't change anything visibly, but okay. Okay, now same thing in here. 20, 20, and 40.
Ever since Warfare is like I left, I hadn't even heard.
Never mind. We can just leave it.
And in my opinion, that looks quite a bit better. Indeed. So, let's go. Let's try this now. Of course, I do want to increase the range by which you can click them, because there's actually a spot that you just can't even click at all. Also, that looks incredibly wrong. Yeah, no, what? No, what the hell? That looks whacked out as hell. I mean, what's wrong with just like making these 22 high, and then the nice part about doing things like this is the click range will be bigger and they'll all be bunched up, which kind of looks ugly, but it'll make more sense in retrospect, I imagine. Right? Yeah, that looks better in my opinion. Let's launch it and make sure it actually looks logical here. Why does it still look so stretched out when you launch it? Do I have to rebuild or something?
And we believe Christ died for all, right? Because that's the thing they also deny.
Whatever. Who cares? So that'll be fine for now. So here we gotta do 24 now. That ain't right. I guess it is, yeah.
Yeah, no, but he thinks that we take.
We don't want it to be that big. I don't know why it's that big.
It's basically gonna be contradictory with everything else we're saying.
Well, let's just make it width 16 then. I don't know, right?
And about the fact like Saint Christ died for all.
And maybe it's better to just let it kind of get cropped off a little bit like that. So we'll just leave it at like yeah, that makes sense. I like it like that personally. But now I think we need to do this. Why does it still look like that? I still don't understand why. Oh, that'll do it right there.
Yeah, I got it.
What? Why does it still look like that?
We discussed this, the question of.
There's a lot wrong here, actually. First of all, even this, like, I don't know why this is shrinking.
Predestination in Article 4. Hold on, I'll just post it. I'll post it and I'll just read it out for you.
Yeah, see, it doesn't look the same when we launch it as it does in there.
He says.
There's so much wrong here. Why does it not look the same as it does in the preview?
Article 4. The reason of predestination must be sought.
I mean, that's so retarded. Why the fuck does it not look the same as it does in the preview, dude?
Not assign any cause of the divine will on the part of the active will of the creature, but a reason reason can be found in the part of the things will, inasmuch as God wills on account of something else. Wherefore nobody has been so insane as to say that merit is the cause of divine predestination as regards to act of the predestinator.
Hold
But
up,
this-
hold up. I need to pause. What part are you in right now? I want to follow. How far down are you? That last part I want to reread.
Literally like a little bit below objection 3.
Objection 3? Are you? Is this what you just posted?
No. I'm saying it's below. It's like literally right after objection 3.
You never DM'd it to me.
I sent it in the side chat. Hold on. DM.
I need it.
Okay. Here you go. Here you go.
Okay, I answered that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
What the
That's
fuck?
just-
That shit makes no sense, bro.
Objection 3. Okay. Now it was son of a...
Like I'm hearing from Joe, he would never say that like what's it? We merit the grace of election. Sorry,
Yeah. This is
sorry,
what.
not grace, election.
I hope
Yeah.
Joe says that.
I just read the rest of this. This is really what TA says. He literally says, wherefore nobody has been so insane as to say that merit is the cause of divine predestination as regards to the predestinator. But this is the question.
Oh,
Whether
that
as
fixed it.
regards
Alright.
the effect
Base, that fixed everything. Hell yeah.
effect
Okay.
predestination has any cause, or it comes to the same thing, whether God preordained that he would give the effect of predestination to anyone on account of any merit.
No, because like Abraham was an audience between a conversation with Joe and Bernardo Gui. You know who Bernardo Gui is?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were discussing this thing called irresistible grace, right? And Joe was saying, no, like if we're gonna follow the canons of the church, there is no such thing as an irresistible grace. But then Bernardo Gui was citing some manual from Suarez. They were saying, like, well, in effect, it is kind of irresistible. And then they kind of just agreed with this term called like infallibly efficacious, which is the thing that I passed on to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah, for obvious reasons, going for I'm gonna avoid that language. I'd rather say infallibly efficacious.
Yeah. And this is what Abraham heard, and I think from there he kind of assumed that with Joe's rejection of Bernardo Gui, that means that he rejects most of the Joe's positions, because that's not. I assume that's what's happening.
I actually seen the quote. Hold on. I actually have a quote Joe had posted. Hold on.
And then he put something from Summa Contra Gentiles, about the nature of philosophy, and like it being either an object of the will of God.
Yeah, hold on. Let me send this quote because Joe was the one who posted it. There is a proposition given by one of the popes. This idea of saying grace is going to be yours. That's a proposition given by popes. Okay, here we go. I found it. I just posted it in the side chat for you. I gave it to Wayfinder as well. Not it.
Hey, can I just ask, in this passage that I sent just before, can anyone give me like a definition of what you actually mean by merit there? So is it something owed to you from works that you have done, or is there like I just want to understand the range or the context of what that word actually means.
Yeah, it's just going to be works that the saint Christ is doing. But we're just saying that these works that you're doing they're not the cause of your election.
So what if if someone is to change their orientation towards God and be a child of God instead of a child of wrath, would that be a work in any way, or is that meritorious, or is that just a reception of the gift from God?
It's all three. It's all three.
So it is so it's a work of the person in which they is it a meritorious work of the actual individual person?
It's a good work that was prepared by God for you to do, and if you do it, right, through His grace, you do the work. Then, by the grace that allows you to do said work, it would merit greater graces.
Okay, so responding to grace is a work of man. Is that statement correct?
Sure, yeah.
Responding to grace is not usually called a word, but it is. We do think it's meritorious. Like God can say, "Well done, you cooperated with the grace I gave."
Yeah, I probably have to explain it to him, but it's Wayfinder. This would be what we call condign merit, right?
Well, it's a general statement. It seems word merit, but it could mean condign merit. And what condign merit is merit that God is not strictly obligated to reward you for, but He promised He would reward you for a faithful service. That's the condign merit. So it's based on His promise to reward you for faithful service.
Right, because God is bound to keep His promises.
Yeah, He's not strictly obligated, but He obliged Himself to reward you for His faithful
Right, He's bounded to keep His promises to those who walk upright before Him and obey His commands. Like it's in that way. That's why I couldn't get the quote for you, Elder Rich, but this is why Augustine's going to say God crowns His own words.
God crowns His
Okay,
own words.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
What's the quote? Newtonia, you recently had that quote. Read that quote about God crowns.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, in crowning their merits, God crowns His own gifts.
His own gifts, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the quote. What's weird is when I've talked to EOs and I use the word merit, they're like, merit? What's merit mean?
You have to explain it to him.
Isn't it weird that they don't know what merit means?
Yeah. Well, I
It's a
think
word
that's.
they don't use.
Yeah, well, that's kind of obviously that's going to be the issue of Wayfinder is that you have to kind of like explain to them that we're not using merit in the strict sense, because that's when you say that, that's what they think you mean a lot of the time.
They think I mean strict merit.
They do, and we have to tell them, no, that's not what we mean. We mean condign merit.
Yeah, the only thing we know of that's strict merit is what Christ did. Like Christ can actually give strict merit, but there's no example where we, in the original sin, exile, strict merit.
By the way, like I was pretty convinced of what it when Augustine said that, this idea of condign merit, because there's plenty of verses in the Bible that can support that. It's very biblical. One of the verses from Psalms where Luke talks about how if you walk upright before God, that God is not going to withhold any good thing from you. And I was like, wow. So it's pretty interesting because the view is actually very scriptural.
Also, St. Thomas Aquinas. This is a historiography of him, so it could be true, it could not be true. But in this retelling of his life, it is said that he said the quote, "If you want to be a saint, you must will it." It's
Yeah. That's the great thing about Augustine and TA. They're big defenders of free will. Not like completely free, but free will in a general sense. sense that people can have diminished freedom through sinful lives. And if you got more freedom as a whole, there is freedom I am. Yeah, that's funny. I gotta admit, that quote from TA, he makes it sound like, yeah, if you think merits cause so much, that's insane.
Yeah, nah, he
Careful.
said things he can think that, yeah.
But then the thing after it, I don't really understand what he's saying after that.
Oh, when he talks about like the merits being taken into consideration in terms of the effect of predestination.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? From the way I understand it, and how I was trying to explain it to warfare, when he says the effects of predestination, he's just referring to how the predestination actually. Well, yeah, you could say the benefits, but also how it temporally like plays out in the creature, like in creation.
Yeah, because your sanctification and you're being conformed ever more to Christ. Those benefits, right? Is that what it means?
Yeah, that's what I would say. But by the way, Newtonian, earlier, that's why, maybe I should avoid like the language of saying merits are a byproduct of election. But if you want me to say, and the merits are an effect of the election instead, I can say that because that's what TA says.
Yeah, like byproducts is kind of alien.
Yeah, that's okay.
Why is it alien?
Like
does it mean result of?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
If it means result of, it's fine to say that.
Yeah.
You
That's all
don't want to deny that you're freely cooperating. It is result.
yeah, but like ironically, when you say byproduct, it seems as though there's another operative effect, right? Like there's an operative end. Well, no, the operative end of grace is, or of election is to abound someone in grace.
Oh, yeah,
Dude, I swear to my fucking god, dude.
Yeah, probably. That's probably the reason why you misunderstand what I meant there. It's okay though. Like next time going forward, I'll say effect or result of. So the merits are the result. Right. You say the merits are the fruits or the result of the election, but not the cause.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Peter is a extraordinary saint. That he wasn't elected because he became an extraordinary saint. He becomes an extraordinary saint because God has graced him so great. And he freely cooperated. Both of which.
Yeah.
It's a both and. Greatly, the great providence and blessing of God upon Peter, and Peter cooperated, repents, etc.
Here, and this is in chapter 2, Summa contra Gentiles. Right? Besides the attainment of felicity, which is the happiness associated with the end, is accomplished through virtue. Now, virtue's operations are voluntary, otherwise they will not merit praise. So felicity ought to be some good which man may attain by his own will, with the assistance of God. But the gaining of honor is not within the power of any man, rather it is in the power of the one who gives the honor. Therefore, human felicity is not to be identified with honors.
Yeah, I also want to say that even though Warfare was saying to disagree, I didn't really see you guys disagreeing much.
Like the only thing that I just kind of said to Ty is like, well, maybe I wouldn't use that word, but I agree wholeheartedly with what he was.
It's the thing is that when he calls it our view monogistic, or it says that's Calvinism, we've got to be careful not to retaliate. Because I started to get upset with warfare, and we have to be careful not to creep that level. Like that's like me calling him a Pelagian. How he calls me a Calvinist.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
It's not fair. It's not fair that we can't retaliate, but the Pope says we can't proselytize.
Well, yeah, you guys did well. I started to lose my cool, and then I brought up his schismatic status.
No, yeah.
Nah,
I can tell you got upset there. Like a little bit, yeah. I know you weren't trying to, because he made you upset, but no, like when you said that was kind of crazy.
Well, I don't trust schismatics, just like I don't fully trust a set of contests. I feel like a set of contests, you can go pretty far with them theologically, but eventually they'll have some weird belief like CT does. Like CT, you're like, okay, that sounds really Catholic, that sounds really Catholic. And then, no, if this guy dies 5 steps from the baptismal, he's going to hell.
Yeah.
What? The guy fully intends on getting baptized. Why? How could you even state they're going to hell? Well, he wasn't baptized. It's just
It's because they take a Feeney, which by the way, this was condemned. That view that a lot of certain studies hold to condemns the Feeneyite position. I think you're kind of vaguely familiar with it, Wayfinder, but they claim that baptism of desire and baptism of blood, they claim it's a heresy, but they're Feeneyites, and that view is condemned by the church.
Yeah, well, there's 5 major set of contest groups. 2 or more of them deny baptism by desire. There is one that agrees with it. I forget which one it is.
Yeah. It depends on the study, because they don't all deny baptism of desire.
Yeah, CT's group does. I don't know what he's called. I think
they hold to like the yeah. That's like the Diamondite. Like the Diamondite position. They all deny baptism of desire, baptism by blood. They think it's heresy.
You know that Krim was going to debate warfare about his.
Oh yeah, on the calendar. Yeah, on the calendar thing.
I told Krim not to debate him, and we were like dealing back more. It's like, don't do it.
I don't know. That sounds
he's like I want it. Why shouldn't I?
I mean, it sounds like the most stupid schism ever. Schism over a calendar is wild.
No, it's actually more of a calendar. It's a
what's
calendar
the other?
Well, it's calendar plus sacred tradition, what he considers sacred tradition, and the calendar, and the other group, whatever the other EOs are, I don't really call them. They believe that they compromise and were too ecumenical with the West. Too ecumenical.
Yeah, they call them the world. Yeah, they call them the world. Like the true Orthodox are claiming that basically like a lot of the major patriarchs, Bartholomew, the rest of those guys, they're too ecumenistic with the Catholics, etc., etc. Like they basically think patriarchs are heretics. The Jew Orthodox, they think they're heretics.
Did you guys see the Bartholomew Community times 11 days? Which well stuff.
Yeah, that's
How about that?
what
Why
that
are
they're
they
right.
right?
Patriarchs teaching patriarch thinking.
They are right within that framework. Yeah, the Greek
I don't know.
the Greek church is very, very ecumenical.
But why are you saying they're right?
Yeah, that framework. They are right to they are right to the schism.
This is the same thing that when EOs are like, the Sedevacantists are right. That I've read so many EOs be like, well,
Yeah.
CT makes no mistakes. You don't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, even if it's the case that like,
Sorry, symmetry breaker between CT and the EOs. CT should have a hole. Okay, that's a symmetry breaker. Go on, like,
Doesn't the EOs like the Western race? They think they had the Orthodox church out there, right? The Western race.
Western right?
of the Western Orthodox.
Yeah, yeah. Doesn't the EOs recognize them as Orthodox and being in the
They're Catholic.
why not?
The Western Rite, there's two jurisdictions that have Western Rite. It's the Rocor and Antioch. They both have a Western Rite, part of their jurisdiction. So it's not like they're not separate.
Exactly. Yeah, they're not. I didn't know that. I was like, wait, what? Clergyman. Oh, he's a clergyman in training. He mentioned. I was like, I thought that's Roman Catholicism. Like, I mean, he explained it to me. I didn't retain anything. I told him I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not gonna remember all that. We have to talk about this again.
Yeah, we got.
But to get him to rant to me,
Right.
I'm just glad to get him to rant to me, dude. What was that?
Yeah, Brunick is Western Rite Orthodox in the Antioch.
Oh, yeah, I learned it. I just learned it last liturgy. I was like, I haven't looked into it.
Honest on. Why, I'm still curious why you think Warfare's position is the correct one.
I think basically, correct. You understand what sense I mean by it? I mean the importance of sense. Because you have these people, if the reason they schism from the Catholic Church in the 11th century, I think are pretty similar reasons why they do now schism from the so-called world Orthodox, how we call them, because it seems ecumenical patriarch is very different if you're Catholic or Orthodox, kind of, somebody to care about that.
And that's not true. That's you looking at it from one angle, because there's lots of statements he's made that talk about how the gulf between us is very large, and it's not just about papal supremacy, it's not just about the filioque, it's about the whole worldview.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a paradigm.
But by the logic that you cannot be in communion with heretics, I would understand this is fine. Or even
What is making him what's making him a heretic?
warfare is supposed to talk about that.
Well, no, you're the one saying that you're the one saying that in our system they're justified.
So what makes a heretic?
If you're saying it's justified, then on what basis? You should have an answer. Don't start appealing to other people now.
Well, yeah, if it's gonna be excommunication by under what church?
Even people who are not true Orthodox, they think it's a heretic because he prays together with Pope Francis, for example.
People could be in error. People could be in error. I don't know.
There's no actual video evidence of him doing any liturgies with Pope Francis. It's just stupid.
Oh.
There's no concelebration. I promise you that. You can go ahead and Google to your heart's content.
I believe you.
And even if it were the case, the schism happened like 100 years ago. So.
Oh shit. Oh god. I can hear it. I'm not supposed to be able to hear it. It says shared, maybe that's why. But let me just see if it actually like works, I guess. I can use my Discord here to test it. So I'm actually gonna turn off my mic input. Okay, nope, it does not work. Why? Is that what I told you to fucking do, you jackass? This stupid motherfucker, I swear to God, man. Damn, what a retard. Whatever. Default mic. Oh, it doesn't like that. That's what I fucking told you to do, you retard. Oh my god. This bitch must be retarded, bro. I swear to goddamn. Oh, you. You should have corrected me before then, you stupid motherfucker. Oh. Why do I still hear to my speaker though, bro? Huh? Why do I hear to my speaker? Oh, what the fuck? It's getting fucking output devices now, you retarded idiots. Are you fucking insane or some shit? Bro, it's making me wanna Maybe I'm just missing something here because maybe in voice meter, right? It's gonna just allow me to select like this. No. quit voice meter open that? Really? Nigga, you're so gay, I swear to God, man. That's so fucking retarded.
Oh yeah, you can't do ultimatums.
No, I mean he was really annoying because he's a yapper, and then he'll start posting scriptures, and he'll like post 30 scriptures, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him how I'm inquiring into.
I didn't think about that. There's like a bunch of fucking outputs on the back of my computer. Well, it's not that simple, but I mean, no, that'd be so fucking stupid. Whatever. Anyway, I could totally use this. Why not virtual audio cable? I didn't know it was that simple to use, to be honest. So yeah, why not virtual audio cable? Sounds nice to me. What? I mean, trial version. Get rid of you. Oh Jesus. Virtual audio cable 4. Oh, trial version can be used anywhere to up to 30 minutes. Female voice. No. No. What? Oh. Fuck, what the fuck? I'm a fan. No. Okay, VB cable, free download. Jesus, man. It's just making me mad, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, choose better.
Dog Carter, have you seen Siren? Is she fat?
She's actually quite good looking, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is being fair.
Oh, man. Virtual audio cable. Oh my god. No. If you actually want to enhance your experience with virtual audio, you can add jack audio. You have some time, it's awesome, some awesome time into it. You will learn how it works really quick. Wow. God damn, bro. VB cable, A+B. So you tell me what? I mean, I can just install this one for free, and that's it, right? And then I can get 2 more, so I can have a total of 3 for free, and that's it, right? Oh my god. Holy shit. No, there's gotta be a way to do it, man. Like, for real, there's gotta be a better way to do this, man. There ain't no fucking way. No, I'm not gonna do that. I wanna fucking download this first, nigga. Can I just like inspect element this shit or something? Proceed to checkout? No. Oh my god. What the fuck? What? Oh my god. No. Fuck, man. Oh god. Yep. Awesome. Cool. Wow. Did it even like work? Wait a minute, there's like a few in here. It says N16CH. And then, bro, I'm so confused. What is that? God, this is stupid. Why didn't they just keep the old fucking menu, man? I swear to God. Oh, yeah, like what? Why just set this to my default, nigga? Are you crazy or something? You gotta be crazy. Oh, now I can hear the rain again. That's nice. So we got CD, this one, and then whatever this is. Do I have another one for that in here? Well, we got, no, we got CD and then that one. And then I guess theoretically I could wire up another output to that motherfucking shit. I mean, you know, I could just use a physical I/O cable to do it. Or I could go back to Linux. Oh my god. I'm gonna go take a shit. Be right back. once I make player control for my games, it's gonna be really easy. In fact, I can probably even support importing VR chat avatars. If people want to play my shit, I don't think they'll mind just using my own fucking game for that. I mean, yeah, you know, why would people care about that? That's the whole point. Those people are not going to care about that, right? So, I mean, I think overall it's a pretty good idea. It's sounding like a better idea the more and more I think about it. Okay, yeah, so let's think about that. The next few steps I should be taking over the next few days are just to try to think about that a little more. And I should theoretically, mostly what I should be doing is focusing on getting the, excuse me, by the way. Getting the, getting the new Roslyn fork going. Porting all the old stuff of my Minecraft clone over to Godot. See if I can get it to work realistically easily. You know, I should focus on being able to do that. Like, how can I have a character controller in Godot that's similar enough to VRChat so I can eventually support their their avatars. You know, and yeah, and making my own scripting language. So realistically, I think that's what I'm trying to do is write my own scripting language, and maybe we should see if Godot supports just let's see how easy it is to just plug in like a custom compiler into it. Of course, they use Mono though, not Roslyn. That's the annoying part. So I'll have to figure out how to. Oh man, that's the annoying part actually. So I'll have to do a lot of work to actually get this shit to work. But it's okay. And so maybe that's actually realistically the hard part, is going to be switching off of VRChat once I want to do that. But for now, I think it's going to be best we write all this stuff in VRChat and just focus on how I can make writing in VRChat easier and more streamlined and feel more homely for now. I think that should be what I focus on doing. So yeah, I think I should focus on that. I'll get to that over for the next few days. Okay. So that's the goal. This is what we're going to be working on. I think I can do it. Anyway. So so might be able to even just modify GD script. That would be interesting. But no, I do kind of like .NET and everything, but yeah, I don't know. It's worth to think about. Yeah, I don't know. It might. It might be worth a shot to try GD script. Let's just see how it goes on its own. I might just learn GD script again and just try it. I don't know, might be a good idea. I actually do kind of like that. You know, and I like the form of syntax like this much better. Just honestly myself, personally. I just might try to make it more like a ECMAScript prototype kind of form instead of the Python style. I was about to say Lua. I'm just so used to saying Lua because that's the first language I learned. But, you know, and things like this, I don't know. It seems a little weird to me. There's definitely not going to be unnamed enums. That's just silly. You know, everything's going to be strictly typed. But, yeah, I don't know. Would it be a good idea? I think so. Probably, yeah. Yeah. I think it'd be a good idea to start with GD script and just really rip it open and see what kind of damage I can do to it, you know? Yeah, I don't think that'd be a terrible idea. Is there Godot source code? Yeah. Is GD script separate from Godot itself? Godly, that's a lot of repositories. Yeah, I don't think GD script is separate. This is not an alphabetical order. Oh my lord. Let's try it. GD script. Oh, I was hoping that said ECMA. It says Emacs. Alright, whatever. But I think GD script is in here, right? Modules. GD script. There you go. Aye. We got GD script. And this is all C++, my lord. So maybe I'd even want to try rewriting Godot. No, I kind of actually like C++ for a game engine. I think it's a smart choice. But, alright, yeah. So I think that's the goal. So for now, we need to work on making some good, quote-unquote, you know, some good analyzers for Udon script, so to speak, right? Yeah, so maybe we'd want to just get to making it so that coding in Udon script is a little bit easier until Sova comes out. I think that's the best choice to take right now. So I could just work on the game for now. I could just speed this up a little bit and just go right ahead with the actual cave game development. Oh. Lordy. Alright, so yeah, I think we should try to just work on the game for now. If I see any things that I could add to the syntax to make things like profoundly easier, like I did before with null propagation, which was easy to implement, frankly, then I'll go right ahead and do that. Otherwise, I think I'll leave everything how it is, and we'll just focus on working on this for now, I think. Because I can do a lot of work on this, man. Lots of changes need to be made before this is playable, so. Especially I need to try to do it so that the chunks actually take each other, you know, the neighbors into account. So I think I should try to get working on that as soon as possible. Is that something on my monitor, or is that a... Oh man. Don't tell me that's part of my monitor. Ooh, that sucks. That's not good if it is. Oh, it sure is. Damn, bro. That sucks. It was barely noticeable, but damn, that royally sucks. Okay, yep, so this is the situation we got going on right now. Everything is actually working out so far. Oh yeah, and we got the partial based. Okay, so we got lots of cool stuff going on, alright? Yep. So we got everything working. Lots of cool based stuff is happening. Except of course we need to do all the other chunks, make them mineable. So I guess we'll do that next. Focus on that right now. So what kind of commit do we got going on right now? What was the last change I made? Oh, it looks like the whole so we'll just do new update. And then I'm gonna put change log in parentheses because that's what I always do when I know I made a static like update thing here. Well, no, let me not. Oh, yeah. So I need to actually add the partial meshes so that it adds the block or deletes faces whenever you do this, like manually. First of all, into the partial mesh, and then clears it once it's done creating the mesh. So let's focus on that first right now. Then I'll do the change log. No, not again, bro. Come on. What? Hey, as long as it lets me edit the code. So, anyway, let's not worry about all that right now. Except for the fact that this is not here. That really sucks. Damn, what the hell's going on right now? Do I need like, shit, man. This sucks. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete all the projects here. I think that might fix it. Might do some decent good. So we're just gonna come in here. I'm gonna delete them all, make it regenerate them all real quick here. Damn, what the fuck? For real? Oh, okay, now it's at least letting me load them. That's nice. Nice, man. I had to do that for like the 10th time, but it's okay. Okay. So anyway. So now what we'll do is in partial, right? We should already be damn. My nose is like caked with mucus right now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, come on, bro. Oh, that's what I was doing, right. So we need to log the block positions. Oh, yeah, because I wanted to make, well, I'll do that later in the next commit once I change Rosslyn. Right now, I'm just... So, we need this. So, this is, of course... What is that, actually? Excuse me. Oh, well, that's not going to work because, it can't be like that. But whatever, anyway, I'll change that in a minute. That's not important right now. So, first of all we need to do is we need to, no, wait. Excuse me. Yeah, that's what I was doing. So, chunk is going to have an array of V's and the T's, right? Is that what I was doing? Yep. Is that what I was doing? God, I wish I kept working on this instead of getting distracted with all that shit. But we'll just do this. So V and the T's. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Cause so we need yep. Yes. So we need a oh good lord, hold on. My brain's all over the place. Oh, why have I done this to myself? So okay, wait, right? We have why the fuck did I do this to myself? Okay, hold on. We need the blocks. Okay, first of all, we need to store the block data. Okay, that means we need to. Oh my lord, why did I do this? Cause why? Okay, so in here we need to be like, we need to be able to check. If they are adding a block, then we need to check the neighbors, okay? And if they're error, we need to add that face. Oh good lord, which means that I would need to, okay. And if they're not error, we need to index into the old array. With int being the no, see, the more efficient way to do this here is to just go in and what was I thinking here exactly? What did I do originally? I mean, what did I do already? It says new long array face count. So for each of the faces, I'm storing a long, which doesn't make any sense, but that's fine. So let's say I'm to store the V value and the T value in a struct, or a class in this case. And then let's say that, and ooh, yeah. That's gonna stay as a long because I don't wanna mess with that, if you know what I mean. Goodness, I wish I remembered exactly what I was doing. I can probably come up with a better solution now anyway. So if we have the V and the T values here for these arrays, no, see, that's the mistake I made. That makes absolutely no sense at all. Okay, so I'm gonna need to, yeah, because that just makes 0 sense. Now, if I'm gonna make a new array, I could have the, yeah, see, dog, I'm sorry, no, that's just so cooked. Basically, what I would realistically need to do. Oh man, it's just broken. Why was I thinking that was even a smart idea, bro? I should have thought about like how I could come up with a better way to do this instead of working on Rosslyn, dude. So if I have one for each face, okay, that would mean, no, I would want to map this to coordinates. That'd be the smarter way to do this, not V and the T's. So if I map it to coordinates, because I can easily, yeah, exactly. Why am I trying to, no, I wasn't thinking right. So I need to rename this one to all faces struct. Whatever. Anyway. And then yep. So now this is going to store our chunk coordinates of that face. I know it seems inefficient, but realistically this is going to end up being much more efficient than anything else. Trust me. Okay. Trust me, I have a plan. So this these V and the T things here, they're gonna have to be, I can't just rename the type, can I? Motherfucker. Well, why that later, that'll come into Rosslyn soon. Change type. Why is it not a thing? Cause there's no refactor sub menu in here at all. It's so annoying. This is almost why I just want to switch to Java. Maybe we should. I should switch to Java. For now, this is fine though. So what we're gonna do, yeah, is we're gonna store our chunk coordinates, and this is gonna be our chunk coordinates. So this stores the simple chunk coordinates, byte, 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 extra blank byte of nothing. And then, because computers are designed really dumbly, profoundly stupidly. The point is here now, so we can have one of these for each face. So now what we're gonna do, I already initialized this array. It's just not assigning anything in it. So I can go ahead and write this code now, as if they're all air, and that's actually what's gonna help us here. Well, no, because they all have like no coordinates. But same difference, whatever. I'm still just gonna go ahead and write the code. So, if they set it to air, then we're gonna have to go in and add some faces, and that's it. Which I don't really feel like doing right now, because I'm trying to add the part that I feel like will be annoying for me to write. So first we're gonna write the no, hold on here. This is a better way to go about this that I should really be employing. We're gonna do block state equals parent dot uniques. Why do you think I want to use index? I mean, are you smart or not so much? Anyway, then we're gonna say block equals block state dot block. Then we're in here, we're going to use block.isAir. So if it's air, we're going to add a maximum of 6 faces. So in here, this is an index with our coordinates and then each face, which is fine currently the way it is. So we need to do 2 things. We need to do a grand total of 2 things, okay? The first thing is going to be to loop through this dictionary, or whatever, to grab a value from this dictionary. So we're going to say try get value. And the key, of course, is going to be index. No. Because we're current, yes. This is going to be the annoying, the annoying most part of this. Compound word invention here, guys. So here's the index, and then we need a out block data block, and this is the exact we're gonna do current block in dictionary. No, just yeah, Current. It's gonna be underscores are gonna represent the ones from the dictionary, and I just have to know that. And the underscore at the end means this one that came from the dictionary. So the current block. Now, if we're setting this to air, hold on. If we're setting this to air, we're trying to add faces only. If there was a block there before, we broke it. Now we need to remove its old faces. That's right. Yeah. And if, yep. Yeah, I'm thinking about the other one. So let's start with this. So all these faces are going to go away. This is going to be incredibly difficult code. So we need all of this shit, literally, all of it. It needs to go right here. So these are V and T values. But preferably we're not going to do it like that. So we're going to do int north face V, east face V, south face V, west face V. And then we need north face T, east face T, south face T, and west face T. And then where we're going to come in here and set them to all be 0. Which is going to suck, but that's the way we're going to do this. So, yeah, this is gonna literally royally suck. So the only thing that's different in all of these is this. So we can essentially copy this. Boom, place it right here. Alright. And this V here, basically we're going to change all these to V0. Okay. This one's going to be current block dot, oh my lord. Excuse me. So let's just put a placeholder in here for this because I know what I need to do here and I'm not going to like it, but we're just going to have to do it. So for these, I'm going to just do 0, 0, 0. And then assign all these to the exact same one. And why is this? Oh, okay. And then remove all this. So those are all 0. Now all these are also. Wait a minute. Yes, right, because there's 6 of these, and they used to refer to one of these. And it doesn't matter which one they refer to. So we'll essentially just do the same thing. We'll come in here. Except we're gonna assign them all to, what the fuck did I just do? Oh, well, it doesn't matter because it's we're going to assign them all to the same one, which is going to be V0 because it doesn't matter which one it's assigned to. So it's going to reference this first value, which is literally the same as them all. So it's not going to draw anything. The UVs, again, are going to be all the exact same. Well, yeah. Right? Yeah. Because we're setting it to air. So we need to just clear the UVs. Same thing with this one. Same thing with this one. And the color is just nothing. We're going to set it to nothing. We probably don't need that much extra code. But I have a feeling it's just going to be quicker for it to run if it's all zeros. At least on the GPU, which I suppose is unimportant in this case, relatively speaking. But whatever. So this is going to be our function here. Now, t, that's going to be a parameter that I'm going to pass. So I'm gonna do remove face. Let's do void remove face, and we're gonna do an int v and an int t. And then we're just gonna call this. We're gonna put this back as v, and then we're gonna call these v. And then we're gonna do remove face. Oh. Remove face, oops, yeah, current block dot north face v and current block dot north face t. Then we're gonna copy this 5 times. And we're gonna do current block dot east face v. And then east face T, south face, wait a minute, I didn't put, I didn't put top or down face in here, what was I thinking? Top face, that's fine, top face V, down or bottom? Down, no, because that's not up, that's top. So bottom face T, V. Okay, then top face T and bottom face T. Okay, and now back to this. So south face B, south face T, west face V. Excuse me, west face T. Top face V, top face T, bottom face V, bottom face T. And we're only going to do these if, and it should let us get a Boolean, yep. So if we find a block that was already in our mesh, because we broke one we just placed, then we're going to come in here and remove all those faces because we just broke it and place it to air. And if not, we're going to come into the regular chunk mesh. Now, and in retrospect, right, what I could do is, since these are bound to specific coordinates, well, no, that's not going to matter anyway. No, that literally doesn't fucking matter, so it's fine. In the grand scheme of things, that's not really going to matter. Later, that might kind of somewhat matter, but for just playing right now, it's not going to affect anything. I can do that in later releases. I just got to remember that I did think about that, and that's something I should take into account. So, it's the fact that I can reuse ones that I removed from the chunk, which I'm about to do right now. So, if we don't get a value from our dictionary of already placed blocks, then we're going to remove the already placed block from the chunk mesh. The already generated chunk mesh. So if I if I could breathe right, it'd be nice because I could talk a little bit cleaner and smoother here. I don't know why I can't breathe right now. Okay, so if we're talking about the chunk, then we okay, yeah. So then we need to loop through. I guess I is fine. Yeah, I less than parent dot all faces struct. Okay, here's now the problem I'm realizing that I caused with this. So on the top side, we have one quad. Okay. But then we have the other faces. So for each coordinate plane, I need another V and a T. I need which V's and T's are there. The rest need to be 0. So these actually need to be block datas. Except for the top face, which can just be an int. So the grounds 2 can be an int. No it can't. What was I thinking? No it can't. Well, yeah, because that's the fate. Okay, my bad. God, here's my brain working now. Because that's the total amount of faces. So I'm just planning on looping through them all. And then we find the coordinates. Does that make any sense? No, not really. How the hell does that make sense? I need all the coordinates. Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. Wait a minute. Okay. I'm gonna just become really retarded. I need to be able to index into these. That means I need a V and a T. Now, if I want a V and a T from a block, I can have this. Now, I can have this array, but then I need another array of V's and T's according to their coordinate. But that would need to be a dictionary because these are integers representing the coordinates, which that wouldn't work. So how the hell would I do it without having a dictionary? Oh, shit. Well, I suppose that's fine because we're okay with this function running slower now, right? Because if we're relegating it to be only at the beginning of the world load, and whenever you place a block after this partial thing happens, that means the next time it's already going to be freshly generated, right? So there's no reason to fear just having a dictionary here, again, with the block coordinates. Or I could, with the faces, store block coordinates and V's and T's. So I could check if it's the right coordinates and then reference the V's and T's. Because then I don't need a dictionary at all. That seems smarter to me. Alright, so the problem is we can't create structs in this at all. So if I want to store the coordinates... Now the nice part is I can store coordinate... Nah, hold on. Let me check something here real quick. Luckily we have this nice little calculator here now. Not that one. Does this let me do... bit setting? No. It lets me type them though. So what happens if I do like 1,000? 1,000 is 8. What about 1,111? 15. Well, 0 is 0. 0 is 0. So I could store... Yeah, so I could... excuse me. I could store the coordinates in a byte and a half. Okay. relatively easily. I could store the coordinates in a byte and a half. Now the problem is for the V's and T's. I don't know how many V's and T's there can be, but I suppose we can do the math. But I can use the rest of the. Yeah, I can use like a long. I mean, come on, is there really gonna be that many ever? Probably not. But maybe it's better if I do the math. So the T's are always bigger. There's 6 of them. There can be up to 6 of them per block. And there's never actually going to be that many. So if I do the math for this, I'm going to feel really good about it because I know I have the right numbers. So if there's 6 possible T's per block, and then there's how many blocks? There's 16 by 16 by 16. So this many blocks, each of which need to be able to go up to. Hold on. Am I thinking about this right? So there's that many blocks, and a T value is an index that tells it. Oh shoot, dude! Wait. I just realized this mesh generation algorithm is really poorly done in another sense because it's also adding. I didn't create this, keep in mind. This is ChatGPT stuff, right? But it's adding 6 every time. No, that's right. It has to do that. That's just it has 6. I'm just thinking about it wrong. My God, Jesus! It doesn't have 6 because there's 6 faces. It has 6 per face. So there can be up to 6 faces. So we need to count for all 6. So that's gonna be 6 times 6, which is what? Fucking. I used to know this. That's sad. It's not 26, is it? 6 times 6 is not 26. There's no way. 36. Okay, my bad. That means there's gonna be 36 of these values per block. 36 means I need to be able to count up to 36 just for one block. Right. So that means the max for that number is going to be whatever I get with this. So for each of these blocks, I need to be able to have 36 values. Meaning this number, that's a tiny number. Now what's the short max again? Short max is... Oh, come on, dude. Okay, U short max. Okay, U short max is 65,535. Now that's clearly not enough, but what's the uint max? The uint max is 4 billion. Now what would be the... So, okay, if this is the number we need to get to, it's around 150,000. Okay. If we are losing a byte and a half, which is really not that much, that means we still have, if we choose to use an int, we would still have 2.5 bytes. Is that enough? Let's see. 2.5 bytes would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 2 bytes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. And that gives us literally 1 million. Let's backspace. Okay, let's backspace again. Okay, let's backspace again. This is pretty much our max right here. We only need like another bit or 2. Chances are we're never going to fucking get that high. So we need one more bit in like the worst case scenario where our code completely freaks out and doesn't work right. In fact, what would actually be realistically the maximum? Let's see if like every other block was filled, right? That'd be the only way I could see it. Yeah. If every other block was, and that would be fucking ridiculous. So that would be like if we took the maximum amount of blocks, which is stop it, which was 16 by 16 by 16, and then we divided that by 2, let's say, right? It's not going to actually be divided by 2, but just about divided by 2 if we're taking it as like every other block. 2048. And then if we times this by 36, we only get 73,000. So really, this is realistically only what it can get up to right here. So then again, right, we'll come back in here. So 70 whatever thousand the fuck it was. You know, that we can do that in 2 bytes. So again, not hard to do this here. Not hard at all. So and then of course I could do a dynamic frame by frame greedy meshing algorithm that can merge some of these things anyway. So chances are in practice it won't ever get that high. So we can use an int where we are using 1.5 bytes for the coordinates, and then the rest of it can be a v and a t value. So this is indexed by the face, and we're going to store, yeah, and that works out. So now what I got to do is I got to come in here and I got to cram the coordinates in there. So let's come in here and do that for each block face. We're gonna need to have the coordinates inside of it. Is that a good idea? Now let me think about that a little more. This is for how many faces we need. If we need, let's say if there's one block in the middle of the chunk, and that one block of course has all 6 faces rendered because there's all air blocks around it. We need 6 faces just for that block. Now what if for each coordinate that we go through here, we increase another value, which is faces count, let's just say, by 1 extra just to hold the coordinates in it. So then in here, now, okay, now the problem is we need to set a bit so that I know that that's the coordinates value, and that'd be like a header. So each time I see one of those, I know that that everything ahead of this is going to be how many faces it has. So we can have the coordinates and then how many of its faces are occupied in one value. So how many more ahead to read, right? Smart. So now what we'll do, that's going to make things much more efficient. So we'll come in here, we'll have this, we can call this next value faces count. And faces count can be increased 1 for every coordinate we go through. Which, yeah, it looks like I don't even know if I can fucking easily do with the code I have right here right now. Let me get something right. Let me get something straight. We only have 1. Okay. Yes. This does the X. This does the X. Then this does every single, or no, this does like what is it? This does the Z negative face and the Z positive face respectively. Right? Okay. Then it's going to come into the Z levels. And it's going to skip the X plus side and the X minus side counter respectively. Which means that I can realistically damn. But that's okay, because that just means I have to come in here and do that for Oh, that's actually a huge pain in the ass. I need to think about which part of this code is each a distinct coordinate position. So if we're looping through the y, and then we start with negative z. This is just checking the wait, what the fuck? How does this code even work? Bro, I forgot how I even wrote this code. Does this make sense in reality, or is it just stupid? Look, in here it goes through Z, right? But apparently, oh. What the fuck? Bro. Oh, yeah. Does that actually make sense? Am I stupid for having written this fucking code? Hold on. So it's going through each X level, right? And it's going... But apparently we already did... Oh, yeah. No, that doesn't make sense for shit. I shouldn't have even written this. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That makes, like, countersense. I didn't even think about it when I wrote this. I just fucking wrote it. Hold on, let's do some testing real quick, because I don't think that actually makes like any sense at all. Oh boy. Oh god, dude. Yeah, so how does that make any sense? So it's going to loop through the Y levels, right? And then it's going to, then it's just going to like give up and go, here's like one of the blocks. Why the fuck did I do that? It makes no sense. Bro, what? That's not even fucking code. I was just thinking it would make it better, but that makes no fucking sense. So if I go down here, how is this working? I'm sorry, but how on God's flat green earth is this motherfucking working? That doesn't make any... Am I fucking, like, just a genius or something? I genuinely want to see how that works. Also, we gotta get rid of some debug. There, nope. There you go. But, like, yeah, seriously, what the fuck? I'm really gonna have to try to understand how the fuck this makes any sense. So, look, let's try this, right? So we come in here. This is what I did. I went, like... so you come in here, it's going to check if X is 0 every time. Instead, let me run code for when X is 0 and for when X is 15. Okay, then I'm going to do the same thing up here by looping through the X values for Z 0 and Z15. Oh yeah, I think I understand now. Hold on, God, that's so crazy, bro. What the fuck? That's insane, bro. God, that's crazy code, man. What is wrong with me? I can't believe I wrote this code. What the fuck? Is this real life that I'm like observing right now? So look, right? It goes. This is basically it. Oh my goodness, because Z, yeah. Everything in here is literally only the inner, like, fucking blocks. Then this is when X is 15, and this is when X is 0 for each Z block. Sure, each Z iteration, I should say. And then, this is when, yep, this is, oh my god, that's crazy. So this is when z is 0, and this is when z is 15. Oh yeah, these are deadass just for the fucking corner blocks. Oh my god, dude. So you gotta think about it, like there's 4 of these here, right? And when the Y is at the top... No, it's like, it's just checking... Yes, exactly. It's checking like fucking lines. Like up and down fucking vertical lines in each corner of the chunk. That's what these 4 blocks of code are. That makes sense now, actually. Bro, that's so crazy. What the fuck? Okay, So again, right, I have to do this for each individual motherfucking block. So each one of these is an instance of a separate block. Because if we're going through each Y level, each time this executes, we're at a different Y level. Meaning this is a corner block, this is a corner block, this is a corner block, and this is a corner block in each corner of each Y level. And then these are the edge blocks. These are the edge blocks. These are the in between, whatever, I don't know. Yeah, right? So for each of these, I need to fucking increment faces count by 1. And then, good lord, good fucking gracious God. And then, right, I need to know, see, here's the problem. I need to count how many faces there are, because this is the way I want to do it, because I want to start with each. So each, yes, exactly. Oh man, fuck. So I can easily fit the coordinates themselves into, right, no, see, here's the problem. Oh man. I might need to go make some breakfast before I do this because my brain's rotting. But essentially the problem here is we need to not only count how many new blocks there are that need a face drawn for them, which, now that I'm thinking about it, shouldn't we be... Yeah, this is hella fucking broken because... Oh man, that's not right. Yeah, see, there's a is air thing here that's skipping these, but it's not for those. So it's just needlessly increasing the count. Well, actually, maybe it's not. Could it be? Yeah, it is, because air is gonna check around it. If there's air, it's gonna increase that face, which is fucking completely retarded. Okay, so a lot more work than I thought I need to do here, but work is good work. Good work is good work, so it's fine. Basically, yeah. Yes. 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 Oh, what a bunch of pain here. I might need to go to sleep, actually. I'm definitely gonna eat some breakfast because, yeah, my brain just got drained. I know what I need to do now, but I don't have energy to actually work on it, so I need some food. Ow. Ow. Excuse me. Ow. No. Oh my lord. Hmm.